Chapter 1153. In the Army Commander's exclusive factory in Black Star Palace, Han Xiao walked in with a suitcase and placed it on the table. With a click, he opened the lid and took out two cylindrical containers of primal esper abilities. He held them in his hands and sized them up. He shook them slightly. The emerald green primal esper ability was very viscous and had a liquid texture, while the sky blue primal esper ability was like a light mist with ice chips. The emerald green one was called Nature's Spiritual Power. It could control all kinds of plants and greatly accelerate their growth. It could also summon wild beasts and had all kinds of natural powers, just like a druid. It was slightly weaker in terms of direct combat, but it could extract and synthesize all kinds of toxins from all kinds of plants. It was not bad to use it for research. The Holy Covenant used this esper ability to cultivate all kinds of magical plants and toxins. The sky blue one was called Frost Authority. Not only could it control cold air, but it could also temporarily turn snow and ice into ice statue warriors. They would be covered in ice armor, wielding ice swords, and step on the cold wind to spread death without any temperature. It also had multiple transformation functions. It was said that if the host was strong enough, they could even temporarily freeze the movement of molecules, causing the effect of condensing time and space. These two abilities are actually not bad. After all, they're compound primal esper abilities. However, the main function is to activate my milestone. Han Xiao played with the two tubes of primal esper ability and pondered. The primal esper ability collector milestone allowed him to obtain targeted enhancements when facing esper ability users and obtain an innate advantage. The effect was very impressive. As for the third sanctum, fragment, although it did not seem to be of much use at the moment, Han Xiao felt that it might come in handy after he obtained the method to open the sanctum from the Holy Covenant. Speaking of which, who should I give these two abilities to? Han Xiao quickly filtered through one candidate after another in his mind. The first choice was to give them to Evans. With his talent, he should be able to ignore the adaptability like ES God and easily master the primal esper ability. However, after thinking about it, Han Xiao temporarily rejected this idea. Evans's priority now was to level up and combine his combat style by absorbing all kinds of esper abilities. Even if he gave the two primal esper abilities to Evans, this guy would not have much time to focus on research. Furthermore, Evans's level was still too low, and he had no chance to fight. His primal esper ability could only be used as a decoration. Let's see if there are any suitable hosts among the officers of the army first. If there aren't any, I'll consider Evans at the end, Han Xiao thought. Putting away the two tubes of primal esper ability, Han Xiao opened the data storage device again. He did not have the time to carefully look through the two golden blueprints sent by the Holy Covenant, and now he had a good look at them. The blueprints provided by the Holy Covenant were all ancient technology. They were probably antiques from the exploration era and had not been improved much. One of the blueprints was called Psionic Obelisk. It had the ability to transform the nature of energy, create an energy barrier, and so on. The only difference between it and a normal shield was that it had extraordinary resistance to energy attacks, and it could absorb the power of attacks to restore the shield's value. However, this was only its basic function. The core function of the Psionic Obelisk was to provide an area with a huge amount of energy that could be freely borrowed without a transmission channel. Simply put, this thing could increase the energy density of an area, making all kinds of energy factors denser and more active. In other words, the Psionic Obelisk was equivalent to some kind of treasure that could increase the spiritual energy density of an area. It was similar to a man-made demon wave or a blessed land. Because the energy provided by the Psionic Obelisk was public energy that could be freely borrowed without a transmission channel, it was no different from a holy object to an ordinary civilization. The extremely active energy factors would allow individuals to use energy in more ways, and there would be a higher chance of creating all kinds of cultivation systems. It would also increase the ratio of supers. At the same time, with the large-scale infusion of energy from the Psionic Obelisk, one could temporarily undergo a special transformation, allowing ordinary people to immediately possess combat strength. The effect of the psionic obelisk was somewhat similar to the evolutionary totem, but the focus was different. The former focused on increasing the overall energy density of an area, while the latter focused on optimizing the genes of the individual life forms within the area. In comparison, the evolutionary totem was still rarer. However, this thing still had its uses. If it was placed in the various bases of the army, it could increase the training efficiency of the army members and give birth to more powerhouses. At the same time, it could also be sold for business. Even if the sales were not as good as the evolutionary totem, it was still a decent source of wealth. The Holy Covenant organization paid attention to secrecy, so they did not sell the psionic obelisk. Even if they left it in the warehouse, it would only accumulate dust. They were not good at mechanical technology, and they could earn a lot of money just by relying on Esper ability technology. Thus, they chose to provide Black Star with a source of wealth. Actually, the blueprint that the Holy Covenant organization had originally planned to exchange was not this. Oathkeeper felt that Black Star was unfathomable, so he exchanged it for a better blueprint. It might have been because he wanted to pay a protection fee. The other blueprint was called Get a Hadouken. It sounded like a pugilist move, but it was actually a compound attack device. The device was a blueprint for weaponry and energy branching. There was a whole set of complicated equipment, but it was not assembled together like a gun. Instead, it was spread out like an external carrier. Through a special method of energy gathering, compression, conversion, and firing, a full set of processes, it released a powerful attack. The attack that was released was called Get a Hadouken. At the same time, this was not a single move. According to the different operating routes of the device, Get a Hadouken had many variations. It could be used in close range, mid-range, and long-range attacks. There were dozens of matching operating routes recorded in the blueprint. Each operating route represented a move and had its own unique name. They all had the same series of names with a Geta symbol. Compared to a blueprint, why does this thing look more like a mechanical version of a pugilist's secret manual? It should be used by mechanical pugilists. Han Shao scratched his head. Psionic obelisk, Geta Hadouken, and the Titan spine center and mechanical territory given by the Radiance organization. He had obtained 4 gold-grade blueprints, and he had finally received the final payment. Now that the blueprints were complete, the next thing to do was to turn them from blueprints into real objects. There are still about 2 months until the public commendation ceremony of the 3 universal civilizations. It's time for me to go into seclusion and create 4 finished products. I'll get the God's trait transformation points. Plus, I've been in the limelight a little too much recently. I'll keep a low profile for a while to digest the impact and stabilize my reputation. Han Xiaoxin rubbed his palms together and could not wait to enter manufacturing mode. In a secret training base of the Red Empire in the Central Galaxy, a group of operators in officer uniforms were operating the equipment in a room full of instruments. One of the walls of the room was a huge, transparent window that protruded outwards. 2 senior officers stood in front of the window. One of them was the manager of the base, and the other was the chief instructor of the base. The 2 of them looked through the window and looked down. Below them was a huge space that looked like an inverted pyramid. The deepest part was more than 100 meters. A man was sitting at the bottom. His whole body was releasing strong energy waves. The glowing energy particles spread along the walls and converged at the top. They formed a cycle, repeating over and over again. This was a special training ground for supers that could increase training efficiency. The person using this facility was God, and the room full of instruments was the monitoring room. Many operators were paying attention to God's energy level readings. He's improving very quickly. He's a good seedling. The chief instructor stared at the figure below and nodded with satisfaction. That's right. He's the talent most likely to reach beyond grade A. Not only does he have potential, but his Esper ability is also extremely strong. Maybe one day, he'll take over His Excellency Claudi's position. The manager of the base agreed. Black Star is still ahead. It won't be his turn. I'm just saying. Plus, Black Star isn't a direct descendant. The two of them whispered to each other. God had been training here for many years, and he had been improving at lightning speed. He passed all kinds of obstacles with almost no bottlenecks. He used extremely radical methods to improve his life level. Although it was extremely dangerous, it gave people a feeling of familiarity. To the two of them, even if God's talent was not as good as Black Star's, who broke the record, he was not far behind. The chief instructor looked at the readings on the instrument and said in amazement, "At this speed, he'll probably enter the beyond grade A realm in 2 to 8 years. He's the most efficient person I've ever seen, not counting Black Star. Looks like we'll be able to witness the rise of another beyond grade A super." The manager of the base chuckled. The upper echelons have already sent people to ask twice. It seems like they're also very concerned about God's progress. Nurturing a direct beyond grade A super was an obvious achievement. As long as God completed his promotion, his position would also be moved up. After chatting for a while, the topic of the two of them returned to work. "Is the list of new trainees for this batch out?" The chief instructor asked. "It's done. I'm about to hand it over to you." The manager brought up a virtual screen and displayed a list. This kind of secret training base would select talents from the dynasty every once in a while for targeted training. If they had potential, the dynasty would not mind picking them up from a child and nurturing them from grade D all the way to calamity grade, branding them as direct descendants of the dynasty. Therefore, not only were they recruiting calamity grades, they were also divided into different grades and classes according to their grade. The lower the grade of the class, the more intense the competition was. In the grades below the calamity grade, an elimination system had always been implemented. Either you passed the test, or you packed up your things and returned to the army. If you were capable, then go. If you were not, then don't be a dog in the manger. The list was very long. Everyone had their resume and battle records attached to the back. There were countless honors, and they were all elites of their respective fleets. The chief instructor browsed through the list carefully. When he saw the last special recruit, he was suddenly stunned. Among the elites with magnificent resumes, a guy with almost no honors had snuck in. Furthermore, his photo was very silly and did not have any charisma at all. Carrot? What's the background of this guy? Why did the higher-ups choose such an ordinary guy? The chief instructor was puzzled. He flipped through Carrot's short resume 3 times and only saw the word ordinary. Although the secret training base did not only recruit elite students, there should at least be something special about them. How did this guy who looked no different from a normal soldier get in? Could it be because of his connections? The upper echelons of the dynasty were also corrupt. The chief instructor was heartbroken. "I wasn't very clear before, so I asked around." The manager said hesitantly. "They said that Black Star publicly expressed his support for this person many years ago, but he has never shown any outstanding performance. Therefore, the upper echelons want to try and see if they can nurture him." "So that's the case." The chief instructor frowned. "I feel that it's a waste of a slot. After so many years, if he had any potential, he would have shown it long ago. What's the point of nurturing him with a gambling mentality? If you strongly disagree, I'll help you pass on your opinion." The manager didn't care. After all, he wasn't the one teaching the students. The chief instructor frowned and pondered for a few seconds. Finally, he shook his head. "Forget it. Since the upper echelons have decided, I'll just follow their orders and give him a chance. But I won't deliberately go easy on him. If he can't meet the assessment requirements, he will be eliminated. Then, the upper echelons will have nothing to say." There was no compulsory education here. The chief instructor only liked the top students and was too lazy to spend energy on the poor ones. He even felt that it was a waste of time to look at them. In his opinion, concentrating all the resources on the talented top students was the best way to maximize the benefits of resources. "That's good." The manager looked at the list again and said, "Then I'll arrange for him to enter the most elite class and give him the most powerful opponents. This way, he won't be able to stay for long. He'll probably leave in the first quarter." The manager's thoughts were similar. Nurturing a poor student into an elite would not help his political achievements. Only by nurturing an elite into a top force would it be counted as a merit. Therefore, He didn't mind using his authority within the scope of the rules to eliminate the less talented students as much as possible. This would free up the quota to recruit more new students and then dig out new potential stocks from them. In his eyes, this was also the best use of limited resources. Survival of the fittest was the law of nature. Central Galaxy, Constellation Corridor, Red Empire Academy of Sciences, Space Coordinate Research Group, Wormhole Positioning Project Office. The Academy of Sciences was divided into many groups with different projects. The Wormhole Positioning Project was a very large one. All the suspicious wormhole data collected by the dynasty were analyzed and deduced here. The wormhole data left behind by God was only one of the targets of this project. Furthermore, it was a sample number that was not very important. The research team leader was calculating the wormhole model in the laboratory. At this time, his secretary hurriedly walked in. "Leader, the approval from the upper echelons has been received. They rejected our application for the wormhole travel test." Rejected? The research team leader was surprised. Isn't it usually just a procedure? Why are we allowed to do field research this time? After deducing part of the coordinates of a wormhole data, a directional travel test would usually be conducted. A few multifunctional probes would be thrown through the wormhole to conduct field research and positioning. This would establish a more accurate coordinate system and test if there were any errors in the data deduction. It was a standard experimental method. The research team leader was quite interested in this batch of test samples, which included the wormhole data left behind by God. He did not care about what was behind this wormhole, but this sample was especially difficult to calculate. It was not easy to determine the range, so he was eager to know if he had calculated wrongly. The secretary pushed his glasses and said hesitantly, "I don't know the details, but I heard that this was a suggestion from His Excellency Black Star. The upper echelons think it makes sense, so they temporarily tightened the review standards for most research projects." "How is it related to Black Star? What did he say?" "He seems to have said that the Supercluster Alliance is about to make a move. Once a conflict breaks out, the three universal civilizations won't have the time to care about anything else. Therefore, it's best to reduce the possibility of random risks. He suggested that all research projects on wormholes be suspended." The upper echelons accepted his suggestion. The research team leader could not help but complain. "Black Star is half a scientist. Isn't he just adding trouble to us?" This time, a researcher carefully came over. "Leader, do we still need to do the travel test?" Hearing this, the research team leader said with annoyance, "What do you need to do? Without the approval of the upper echelons, you dare to do research on your own? Good lad. You have no respect for your superiors. I have to correct your thinking. Someone, bring me 2 sets of wormhole data that haven't been calculated. Let him calculate it. If he can't calculate it, your holiday this year will be canceled." "Yeah, so we have holidays?" The researcher scratched his head with a confused expression. "Where did our previous holidays go? I have a cold today." In a chapter. Chapter 1154. Central Galaxy, Abyss of Stars, Ancestral Land of Shadow. The dark gaseous planet was still suspended there, as if it had existed since ancient times. On this day, streams of light shot over from afar, and a fleet arrived through hyperdrive. The pitch-black planet suddenly became restless. The black energy flowing on the surface of the planet shot out like a solar prominence, raising waves tens of thousands of meters high. As if shaking off a body full of lice, shadows of shadow servants appeared from the waves, ready to launch an overwhelming attack at any time. At this time, the leading spaceship of the fleet suddenly burst out a ring of black soul flame, which spread rapidly and swept across the black star sphere. The next moment, the black star sphere quieted down like a cat retracting its claws. Countless shadow servants returned to the black ocean, merging into the surface of the planet and disappearing. Oathkeeper stepped out of the spaceship and floated in space. He stared at the black star sphere in front of him and slowly spoke through telepathy. "The time has been brought forward. We have to perform the synthesis ritual immediately, or we won't be able to make it in time." but I haven't completed the conversion yet. It's too late. If we miss this date, I won't be able to bring anyone back, even if we enter the third sanctum. There's no fixed cycle for the date, and I don't know how many years it will take before we meet again. We can't miss this opportunity. All right, I'll do my best to cooperate. Oathkeeper nodded, turned to the fleet, and said with a deep voice, "Begin synthesizing the last key." As soon as he said that, the fleet immediately took action, spreading out and docking at different positions on the Black Star sphere, forming a specific formation. The armor plates at the bottom of the spaceship moved away, revealing a circular device that released a blurry light and connected with each other, forming a huge translucent energy shield that covered the Black Star sphere. Then, a silver-white special cannon barrel extended out from the abdomen of all the spaceships, aiming at the Black Star sphere. In the middle network built by Oathkeeper, the voices of officers reported one after another. Level 12 energy, stabilization, and compression force field completed. Target covered. Launcher activated. All primal Esper ability entities loaded. Sequence setup complete. Information form template loaded. Reconciliation process automatically calibrated. Preparation complete. Everyone on standby. Wait for my command. Oathkeeper said solemnly and raised his palm. Everyone stared at Oathkeeper's palm and held their breaths. Law and Faye clenched their fists, their chests heaving up and down. Seeing that the Holy Covenant organization's mission for so many years was about to come to an end with a wave of a hand, everyone's mood was fluctuating. Looking around, Oathkeeper closed his eyes slightly and waved his hand down resolutely. "Move out." As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if a button had been pressed. It was as if a sophisticated instrument had been activated. All the operators present had practiced the process thousands of times without making any mistakes. They strictly followed the steps and began the synthesis ceremony. Bang, bang, bang. Colorful beams of light shot out from the silver-white barrel, each representing a primal Esper ability entity. All of them entered the Black Star sphere. Thousand Shadows Esper ability was the foundation of the synthesis. Through its own ability mechanism, it began to compress and fuse many primal Esper ability entities. The Black Star sphere changed in an instant. Energy of different colors shuttled back and forth in the Black Sea on the surface of the planet. It was as if dye had been spilled, becoming colorful. All kinds of energies of different natures clashed and reacted violently. The color of the Black Star sphere became brighter and brighter, gradually being dyed from black to incandescent. It turned into a floating white ball of light, like a super-large light bulb. The force field shield covering it immediately reacted violently, withstanding the powerful impact. It flickered and trembled as if it would disintegrate at any moment. If the original Black Star sphere was a hard rock, then this white ball of light had now turned into a ball of mud stained with water under the influence of many factors. It was very malleable. At this time, the information form template came into effect. It was as if an invisible hand had started to knead this ball of light. Its shape kept changing, and its volume shrank rapidly. Under everyone's eyes, it turned from a huge planet to a ring less than 100 meters in diameter. It was slowly rotating, and the energy density had increased many times. It was so dazzling that it was almost impossible to look at it directly. Success! Seeing this, the Holy Covenant members present all cheered. Oathkeeper suppressed the excitement in his heart and shouted, "Throw in the other keys and open the third sanctum." The troops moved again. They took out the keys they had gathered previously and threw them into the center of this white ring through the traction force field. It was as if there was a special force holding up these objects and making them rotate with the ring. When the last key was thrown in, the ring suddenly shot out a light, projecting an image in space not far away. It was like a world in a mirror. In the image, there were 6 blurry light gates that were also rotating slowly. They did not look far away, but they were untouchable like a mirage, as if they were in another world. This scene only lasted for a moment before the 5 light gates suddenly disappeared. Only one of them remained, and it rapidly expanded as if it had turned from an illusion to reality. It turned into a 5-meter-tall, 3-meter-wide light gate passage. The edges were still trembling, and it seemed to be quite unstable. Inside the passage, there was only a light of nothingness, and nothing could be seen clearly. This is the door of the third sanctum. According to the information passed down, the flow of time inside is very strange. It's not long before the appointed day. I have to go in now. This thought flashed through Oathkeeper's mind. He took a deep breath and prepared to fly toward the light gate channel. However, at this time, the white halo transformed from the black star sphere suddenly trembled violently. Black fog was separated and turned into a face. It opened its mouth and let out an unwilling roar, exploding in everyone's heart. Buzz! The sudden change made the channel of the third sanctum blurry again, as if it was going to disintegrate at any time. Thousand shadows. Oathkeeper turned around abruptly. Soul flame shot out of his eyes and instantly hit Thousand Shadows, burning the fog into nothingness. This attack had completely destroyed 10,000 shadows remaining consciousness. Only now did 10,000 shadows truly die. He will indeed counterattack at the last moment. Oathkeeper was not surprised and sighed secretly. The Holy Covenant originally planned to wait until Thousand Shadows consciousness was completely devoured before performing the ritual, but the appointed day was brought forward, and there was no time to wait. Although Oathkeeper could easily kill the remaining consciousness of Thousand Shadows, under normal circumstances, Thousand Shadows and the Esper ability were one, and outsiders could not forcibly separate them. If they made a move, even the consciousness of the Esper ability entity itself would be destroyed. This way, they would lose this primal Esper ability entity prototype that had not yet taken shape. The synthesis ritual could eliminate unnecessary things, and Thousand Shadows planned to counterattack. This was why it was temporarily separated, giving Oathkeeper a chance to kill the other party. However, although Oathkeeper minimized the impact of Thousand Shadows, it still had a negative impact on the opening ceremony of the Third Sanctum. The door of the Third Sanctum became more and more unstable. Without any time to waste, Oathkeeper rushed into the passage of the Third Sanctum and only had time to leave behind sentence. Before I return, Law and Faye will temporarily lead the organization and keep a low profile. Wait for me to bring them back. The next moment, the passage of the Third Sanctum collapsed, and the keys disintegrated. Except for the primal Esper ability entity, the other keys were basically one-time use. The results that the Holy Covenant had spent many years gathering disappeared one after another. Oathkeeper was also missing. All the locators that he had deliberately brought with him had failed, as if they no longer existed in this world. More than a month later, somewhere in the asteroid belt of the flickering world, a black and a red figure shuttled through it, fighting fiercely. Torrent, get a Hadouken. A bright blue, thick ray flashed, and the asteroid belt along the way was instantly annihilated, leaving behind a blank path. The red figure dodged the attack with blink and waved a red energy to block the opponent. Light flickered in the starry sky as the two of them fought back and forth. It was Han Xiao and Hela, who were sparring as usual. The two of them had fought many times and knew each other well. Han Xiao landed a heavy knee on Hela's abdomen, kicking her until she could not straighten her back. Then, he slashed her throat with a powerful palm blade. Only then did the sparring end. Cough, cough, cough. Hela knelt on an asteroid, covered her neck, and coughed for a while. Only then did her broken throat recover. I lost again. Don't be discouraged. You're improving very quickly. The underworld is really a good thing. Han Xiaoxin was a little jealous. Ever since she had obtained the underworld dimension, Hela's growth speed had also reached the level of a cheat. The better the underworld recovered, the more it would increase her Esper ability. Therefore, Han Xiao had been sparring with Hela recently, and he had been going as hard as he could. If he went easy on her, Hela would complain that he was going easy on her. No matter how fast I improve, I'm still not as fast as you. Hela stood up, pointed at the device floating beside Han Xiao, and said, Your new weapon is not bad. Even I can't take a few hits from it. After all, I'm a mechanic. Our system is different. Han Shao smiled and put away the Gita Hadouken. In the past 2 months, he had already created all 4 new gold-gray blueprints. With Billion Mecha Empire, Manison, the success rate and efficiency of creating universal treasures had greatly increased, and the cost had been greatly reduced. The evolutionary totems could be easily mass-produced, but the psionic obelisk was very difficult. However, Han Shao had also created a batch of finished products and installed them in many bases. The mechanical territory was mainly provided to the mechanical civilization. The application range of the Titan Spine Center was limited to the mechanical deity. Only the Gita Hadouken was the most practical. Not only was it suitable for many kinds of combat environments, but it could also be combined into various moves, creating a combo similar to a mechanical pugilist's. It was deeply loved by Han Technician. The attack power of the Gita Hadouken itself depended on the output power of the energy core and the energy input from the user. It had an attack enhancement effect, increasing the original attack power by a percentage. Its lethality was very impressive. Other than focus fire, mechanics generally lacked powerful output methods. The Gita Hadouken made up for this gap to a certain extent. Furthermore, every time he used this weapon, Han Shao could not help but shout out, as if it could increase its power. The 2 primal Esper abilities were also dealt with. The nature spiritual energy found a host, which was Yi Yeching, who was the director of the Pharmaceutical Research Institute in the Logistics Department. Their abilities were very compatible, and they were successfully adapted. As for the Heavenly Frost Authority, it did not find a host, so Han Shao temporarily made it a mysterious energy host. After casually cleaning up the battlefield, Han Shao casually asked, "In a while, the 3 universal civilizations' joint award ceremony for the heroes of the Intelligent Plague will be held. Do you want to attend?" I didn't participate in the Intelligent Plague. Why would I go? Hela shook her head. You, on the other hand, are going to receive the award on stage and have to say a few words. Are you ready? What's there to prepare? Isn't it just a formality? I'll say it as soon as I open my mouth. Give me what you can. Hela rolled her eyes. Usually, she was very dignified and hardly chatted with her subordinates. Only when facing Han Shao would she say a few more words. Speaking of which, the free competition zone has been a little strange recently. What do you mean? The progress of the 4th exploration phase is estimated to have reached 80%. The Supercluster Alliance's expansion is getting bigger and bigger. They're no longer just exploring the inner regions, but have started to invade and seize the planets occupied by other organizations on a large scale. Furthermore, their territories are connected. Not only do they include the central area of the free competition zone and many resource-rich star systems, but they have also built a Stargate transportation system connecting many borders. Their strategic intentions are obvious. Han Shao did not find it strange. That's normal. The Supercluster Alliance is preparing. It's estimated that in a while, the 3 universal civilizations will have an official conflict with them. They want a piece of land in the flickering world, but the 3 universal civilizations are not willing to let the supercluster have space to develop. At the same time, they have the excuse of free competition and anti-monopoly, so the conflict between the 2 sides cannot be resolved. There are also some other organizations that are acting a little strange, including many non-army immortals. They seem to be getting restless. Got it. I'll pay more attention to this. Han Shao nodded. The signs of the world server national war were appearing, and the shadow of the Supercluster Alliance was behind it. The 2 of them chatted for a while before returning to their respective fleets and heading in different directions. Hela returned to the free competition zone, while Han Shao was heading toward the planet where the 3 universal civilizations were holding the award ceremony, the Dawnstar Cluster, the gateway to the flickering world. The fleet sailed for a while and successfully arrived at their destination. The celebration planet was already filled with guests, and countless spaceships formed a long line in the universe. After reporting their identities, the fleet was led by the Dynasty Guards through the VIP channel and docked at the port. As soon as Han Shao walked out of the spaceship, he saw Terakov waiting for him there. The two of them approached with large strides and shook hands. "How long have you been waiting here?" "Not long, Your Excellency Blackstar. You're early." "Hee hee, I'm a most punctual person." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Terekov suddenly lowered his voice and said, "I didn't know where to hide. Because I had to keep my whereabouts a secret, I didn't inform you. Now, I can tell you. The leaders of the three universal civilizations will be attending this meeting. Be prepared." Han Xiao raised his brows. "You mean?" "That's right. They'll be attending in person this time, not in projection." Han Xiao was rather surprised. "I thought I was just here to go through the motions, but it turns out to be so impressive. It seems like the three universal civilizations are determined to make me famous." Chapter 1155. After waiting for a few days on the celebration planet, Han Xiao clearly witnessed the increase of the planet's security level. Regular military troops arrived one after another and took over the responsibility of protecting the planet. The defense line was impenetrable, safer than any place he had ever seen. Half of the surrounding star zones were under martial law, and all kinds of advanced defense measures were set up to prevent all kinds of long-range attacks from threatening the celebration planet. The intelligent plague broke out in the ancient star desert, so logically speaking, the ceremony should be held in the ancient star desert. The three universal civilizations said that they had considered the fact that many beyond grade as were currently in the flickering world, so they changed the venue. They also said that this place had symbolic meaning, representing another major exploration result of the Galactic Society after so many years. It was a rare sight for the leaders of the three universal civilizations to attend the commendation ceremony together. Due to their sensitive identities, such events would usually be held in the central galaxy and would rarely be held in other star fields. Even if there were thorough security personnel, accidents were inevitable in life. To the leaders of the three universal civilizations, leaving the central galaxy rashly was undoubtedly a risky action. Han Xiao guaranteed that some organizations with ulterior motives would definitely be tempted. Although the three universal civilizations already had a mature operating system, and even if their leaders were assassinated, the operation of the government would not be affected much. However, temporary chaos was inevitable, and they might be targeted by some people because of this. Of course, if any organization dared to do this, they would have no place in the explored universe and would suffer the revenge of death. Their relationship would forever be hatred. Furthermore, with so many armies and beyond grade, as the success rate of the assassination was basically negligible. However, this did not hinder the plan of deliberately framing them. Han Xiao was very suspicious that the three universal civilizations had other intentions for doing this. Was it a self-directed show, pretending that some outsider would assassinate their leader during the ceremony? Then they would shift the blame to the target and get an excuse to attack them? This direction felt very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Could it be that I gave them some inspiration? Han Xiao had just experienced a backstab not too long ago, and the memory was still fresh in his mind. His thoughts could not help but wander in this direction. With his understanding of the three universal civilizations, it was not impossible for them to do such a thing. The probability of it happening was about 20%, and he could not ask Unravel for confirmation. In the past few days on the planet, he had not been able to contact the leaders of the three universal civilizations. Like the others, he could only stay in the official guest house and wait silently. On the day of the ceremony, Han Xiao and a group of guests, including Han Xiao, were transported to the venue of the ceremony by official vehicles. The venue was a large hall in the style of the Empire. Countless invited guests could be seen queuing up to enter the venue. No one was making a ruckus. Only the sound of whispers could be heard. The atmosphere was quite solemn. Han Xiao's seat was arranged at the front table, and the other peak beyond grade as were seated at the same table as Kasui and Kant. After greeting them, Han Xiao sat down next to Kasui. He glanced at the people at the same table and whispered, "The Mecha Empire didn't come? He's here, but it's just a clone." Kasui pointed behind him. A steel lump was arranged in the distance, sitting at the edge of the venue. Even though it was separated by a layer of steel, Han Xiao could smell Manison's scent on it. He won't cause trouble during the ceremony, right? Han Xiao blinked. Manison isn't that crazy, Khan interrupted. Today, Khan had turned into a handsome middle-aged space human. His nose was high, his eyes were deep, and his facial features were sharp. He was sitting upright. Han Xiao glanced at the security guard at the edge of the venue and whispered, I have a feeling that it won't go so smoothly. There might be an assassination attempt. We have so many beyond grade as sitting below. Who will be so bold? Sun Hunter said in a muffled voice. Maybe it's a self-directed act. Han Xiao winked. Secret Master could not help but roll his eyes at Han Xiao. He snorted and said, Come on, do you think the 3 universal civilizations are like you? How can you do such a petty thing? So what if it's petty? It's fine as long as it's useful. Han Xiao clicked his tongue. Want to make a bet? You still dare to gamble? Secret Master was shocked. Don't you know what kind of luck you have? If my luck is a flawless gem, then your luck is like the moldy green filth on the wall of a smelly gutter. You dare to bet with me, a master of controlling luck? I'm afraid you're doing charity. Sure, what do you plan to give me? I'll bet with Sun Hunter. If I lose, I'll give him to you. How about that? Han Xiao grabbed the head of the little guy on the table with 2 fingers and lifted him up. Sun Hunter, who was being lifted up in the air, had a face full of question marks. What does it have to do with me? I'll blow you up. Secret Master was speechless. He quickly patted Han Xiao's hand and asked him to put down the confused Sun Hunter. He apologized and then whispered to Han Xiao, How can you bet with someone else? Although His Excellency Sun Hunter is a little pocket-sized, how can you joke about his size? We have a good relationship. Can't help it. With a flick of his finger, Han Xiao flicked Sun Hunter's head, causing the other party to glare at him angrily. Only then did he chuckle and stop. He had always wanted to do this since his previous life, and he finally got what he wanted. With their equal status, this little joke was not a big deal. If an ordinary beyond grade 8 dared to tease Sun Hunter like this, they could basically apply for disability protection. Since you don't like this bet, I'll change it. Change it to what? I know you have a problem with me. How about this? If you win, I'll stand still and let you beat me for 10 minutes. If I win, you stand still and let me beat you for 10 minutes. Fair, right? Secret Master simply shut his mouth and turned his head away, too lazy to argue with Han Xiao. Forget it. Who doesn't know how tanky your indestructible body is? Fair my ass. I still want to live for another 100 years. The people at the table chatted for a while. Suddenly, a group of officers strode into the venue, surrounding their respective leaders. The venue immediately quieted down, and the atmosphere became solemn. The dynasty ruler Unravel, the president of Radiance, Bader, and the old pope of the Arcane Church strode up the stage under everyone's gaze and sat on the specially set seats. Beside them was a podium. Han Xiao had only seen Unravel in person before, but this was the first time he had come into close contact with Bader and the ethereal pope. Although the 2 of them had different temperaments, they had the same aura of a ruler like Unravel, which made people subconsciously become serious. However, the focus of his observation was not on the 2 leaders, but the personal guard beside them. They were all existences similar to Dark Emperor Claudi. There was a male creature beside Bader. His skin was snow white, and his body structure was similar to that of a human's, except that he had a straight horn on his forehead, which forced him to keep his hairstyle in the middle. His hair was golden, smooth, and as thick as a lion's mane. It was tied into a braid that reached his waist. He seemed to have some elf bloodline, as his ears were long and pointed. He had deep purple eyes and a well-proportioned mouth, but he did not have a nose. The part where the nose should have been was flat, but it did not look ugly under the aesthetic standards of the humans of the universe. Instead, it was very harmonious. This person was wearing a soft and gorgeous robe, embellished with light gold and ice blue. He exuded an elegant and noble aura, and his temperament was gentle, like the elf king in the legends of some civilizations. This person was the president's personal guard of the Radiance Alliance, a pinnacle beyond grade golden ring. Olu's ability was to borrow the power of a specific secondary dimension. It sounded quite similar to Traveler, who had already died, but their combat strength was completely different. This guy was at the same level as the Dark Emperor, able to fight back and forth with Kasui. Han Shao turned around and looked to the other side. Beside the ethereal Pope was a huge guy. He was not the type of pugilist who had trained, but was born with a huge body, as if he had part of the giant bloodline. This person was the captain of the Pope's personal guard of the Ethereal Federation, the God's chosen Wernos, who was also the high priest of the Temple of 10,000 Gods. Compared to Ulu's flashy outfit, Werno's appearance and temperament were very low-key, as if he was just an ordinary middle-aged man with wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. His expression was meticulous, and he wore a silver-gray priest robe. If not for his eye-catching size, he might not have been able to be found in a crowd. Ulu and Wernos, Han Shao whispered to himself. These two people were just like the Dark Emperor, usually following their leader and rarely participating in activities outside of their duties. This was the first time he had seen them in person. He had only heard of them before and did not have much interaction with them. Kasui glanced at Han Shao, leaned over, and casually said, "This should be your first time seeing the two of them, right? Let me give you a piece of advice. You and Ulu can joke around, but don't provoke Wernos." "What do you mean?" Han Shao was curious. Although Ulu is the personal guard of the leader, his personality is different from Claudi's. He's gentler and not as cold. Other than occasionally showing an inexplicable sense of superiority, he's not a bad guy. However, Wernos, just don't provoke him. Now that you mention it, I'm even more curious. You're Ethereal's ally. Do you know something? Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. I can only say that he's the publicly acknowledged strongest beyond grade A, so he naturally has his reasons. Kasui smiled faintly. At this moment, Unravel stood in front of the podium, looked around, and spoke loudly. "Friends and guests, today, in order to honor all the heroes who have made great contributions to the Intelligent Plague disaster, we hereby hold a grand award ceremony to award the honor to every hero who has made outstanding contributions. First of all, on behalf of the three universal civilizations, I would like to extend my warmest congratulations to the heroes of the universe who have received the Medal of Honor and the Title of Honor today. We've been through storms and storms together, and we've experienced disaster after disaster. Now, our wills are as strong as an impregnable fortress, and we've once again stepped on a new disaster. Ever since the Galactic Society was officially established at the end of the exploration era, generations of heroes with a sense of responsibility for history have sacrificed themselves for the greater good. They have contributed countless efforts to our universe, leading us to overcome difficulties one after another and shaping the cornerstone of the Galactic Society today. Although many people have passed away, their radiance will always be passed down with our reproduction generation after generation. Only by crossing new mountains can we see a wider distance. Over the years, the Galactic Society has achieved many achievements under the leadership of the three universal civilizations. We have cut through all obstacles, constantly explored the unknown universe, and expanded our territory. Now, the flickering world we are in is a milestone achievement, the full fruit of our exploration. To be able to achieve such an achievement, we can't do without the cooperation of the entire Galactic Society. The Galactic Society is an inseparable whole, and everyone's contributions are indispensable. The bonds of order connect us, forging a never-ending pioneering spirit, allowing us to not be afraid of all difficulties and obstacles. Anyone who tries to destroy this order and unity will be the enemy of the entire universe. The media broadcasted Unravel's speech to the entire universe. After she finished speaking, there was a tsunami of applause. Han Shao and the other Beyond Grade as also gave her face and clapped a few times. Han Shao could hear the hidden meaning in Unravel's words. She emphasized the importance of the collective, emphasized the correctness and results of the leaders of the three universal civilizations, and also vaguely stabbed the Supercluster Alliance and the Mecha Empire. Although she did not say it explicitly, everyone knew who she was hinting at by those who destroy the order and unity of the Galactic Society. Bader and the Pope of Ethereal also came up to give a short speech. Then, they entered the formal commendation process. The meritorious people came up to the stage one by one, accepted the award from the leaders of the different civilizations, and gave a speech. Some people even had to answer one or two questions from the reporters. The process was all the same. The atmosphere of this commendation ceremony was formal and serious, and there would be no entertainment performances. It was like a large-scale report to publicize the results of their work to the entire universe. Entertainment was not considered, and everyone could only sit and wait for their names to be called. Time passed very quickly while they were in a daze. The commendation ceremony soon came to an end, and there was only one person left. Everyone's eyes were focused on Han Xiao. Black Star, you limited the outflow of the intelligent plague virus and discovered the true face of the virus core at the critical moment. You reversed our wrong strategy and helped us reformulate the plan, changing the fate of the disaster. At the same time, you seized the virus and destroyed it during the actual operation, completely eliminating the hidden dangers and preventing the second outbreak of the intelligent plague. You saved countless lives. Your contribution is huge, and you are hereby awarded. Hearing Unravel's voice, Han Xiao stood up, walked up to the stage, and shook hands with the three leaders. Below the stage, countless media reporters recorded and took photos. They purposely turned on their flashes, illuminating the stage in white. Black Star has many good qualities. He's determined, flexible, and principled. Bader said a lot of praises before finally concluding. In view of Black Star's contributions, we've decided to award him the Galaxy Medal together. As soon as he said that, the many reporters and guests below the stage held their breaths. The Galaxy Medal was the highest symbol of honor that the three universal civilizations had jointly set up since the establishment of the structure. It was the highest honor in the explored universe, and there were very few people who had received this medal in history. Although many people had expected this, they were still shocked when it actually happened. They always felt that although Black Star's contributions were huge, there was still a certain distance between him and this medal. Now, it seemed like the three universal civilizations were deliberately supporting him. No matter what they thought, the honor was real. The applause below the stage was thunderous. Clap, 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 clap. Amidst the warm applause, Unravel took out a medal that was as dazzling as the starry sky and placed it in her palm. The other two reached out and handed it to Han Xiao together. The scene seemed to be frozen. The flashes below the stage flickered, recording this historic scene. The commotion lasted for a long time, and it was only after dozens of seconds that the commotion gradually died down. Han Xiao reached out to pick up the medal, pinned it to his chest, and shook hands with the three of them again. Only then did he come to the podium, cough, and speak. Thank you to the Red Empire, the Radiant Federation, and the Arcane Church for your kindness. It's my honor to receive this honor. As a part of the explored universe, I have the responsibility and obligation to maintain the stability and prosperity of the universe. After reading a long speech according to the script, Han Xiao looked up at the clock on the wall of the hall and smiled. I'm the last person to receive the medal. Since the ceremony is about to end, I won't make a long speech. What I said is about the same. Everyone is probably tired. The people below the stage laughed kindly. Whether it was from the bottom of their hearts or fake laughter, the effect was achieved. This kind of occasion could not tolerate mavericks who did not know how to respect others. Han Xiao nodded with a smile. In short, you can tell what kind of person I am from what I've done so far. I believe the Galactic Society has its own views, so I don't need to elaborate here. So, let's quickly get to the question and answer session. Don't waste everyone's time to go back and take a nap. Does anyone have a question? Hearing this, many reporters raised their hands, hoping that they would be chosen. Han Xiao was about to choose a person when a reporter in the crowd stood up and said, Your Excellency, the intelligent civilization. Your Excellency Black Star, I heard that the mechanic Emperor Manison also made a huge contribution to the intelligent plague. Without him, the three universal civilizations would not have found the location of the virus core. It can be said that 1/3 or even half of your galaxy medal belongs to Manison. However, in this award ceremony, Your Excellency Mechanic Emperor did not receive any honor. You seem to have forgotten about this person, purposely ignoring his contributions. You even accepted the medal with a clear conscience. What do you think of this?" As soon as he said that, the venue, which was originally quite lively, suddenly fell silent as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over it. Everyone subconsciously moved their gazes and looked at Manison of the Mecha Empire, who had been standing at the edge of the venue without moving. Han Shao narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up the reporter who asked the question. He saw a faint sneer on the other party's face. He obviously wanted to embarrass him and the three universal civilizations in public. Chapter 1156. Just as he was asking questions, Unravel, Balder, and the Pope's gazes landed on him. Their gazes were deep and meaningful. The nameplate on this reporter's chest had his name written on it. His name was Portis, and he worked in a large news media channel in the primeval Star River. His position was not low, or else he would not have been in charge of interviews with the three universal civilizations on behalf of his own media company. He had also participated in many different press conferences of the three universal civilizations, and his performance had always been normal. Han Zhao's first suspicion was the Mecha Empire, but he quickly dismissed that thought. Old Manison wished he could pretend to be an ostrich and keep a low profile. This act of hiring someone to question him looked like he was standing up for himself, but in reality, he was just adding fuel to the fire. Manison was not as humorous as me. Although he had a motive, the possibility was very low. Therefore, the biggest suspect was still the Supercluster Alliance, whose conflict was almost public. They wanted to sow discord and cause trouble for the three universal civilizations in front of the public, and the cost was extremely low. As long as they took out an astronomical amount of anas, the reporters would naturally be tempted. In such a big occasion, the negative impact of an inappropriate question would be magnified. The identity of a reporter was a protective layer, and using words to convict someone was adding fuel to the fire. The three universal civilizations naturally did not want to expand the impact, so they would not arrest the person who asked the question, nor would they threaten him afterward. As a ruler, although they were gangsters, they still needed to maintain their image. If they wanted to settle the score, they would go after the mastermind. The surrounding reporters all looked at Portis in surprise, and a commotion broke out. "Are you crazy? Quickly apologize and sit down. You don't want to stay in this industry anymore." Many reporters who knew him scolded him in a low voice, wanted to pull him down. However, Portis stood still and stared straight at Han Shao, as if he would not stop until Han Shao said something. Han Shao pressed his hands on the podium and slowly said, "Reporter friend, I don't seem to have asked you a question. So, you're avoiding this question?" Porters turned a deaf ear to him. His gaze was sharp and aggressive. Yo, he's a bit like a Western reporter. You guys are always thinking about making big news. Han Shao smiled faintly. I believe that the Galactic Society has a unified view of the Mecha Empire's actions, but from the looks of it, you seem to want to stand up for him? I'm just asking some questions that the public may be curious about based on the professional ethics of a reporter. Porter straightened his back, looking dutiful. All right, this question is a bit sensitive. Although I didn't call you, I can answer it once. Just this once. Han Shao tapped his finger on the podium and said in a casual tone, "Manison has indeed made contributions. This is an undeniable fact, but your statement is wrong. In fact, Manison discovered the problem with the virus core earlier than I did, so this medal should have belonged to him. However, because of his selfishness, he deliberately did not report what he knew. If I had not pointed out on the spot, he definitely would not have revealed this crucial information. This way, the three universal civilizations will always be in the dark, and the universe will still be shrouded in the shadow of the intelligent plague. So, you admit that His Excellency, the Mecha Empire, should share the galaxy medal with you? You also think that it's unfair that he didn't get the medal?" Portis pressed. "I only admit that he has made some contributions, not that he should get the medal. Don't distort my meaning. Furthermore, Manison's final decision is enough to make all of us re-examine his motives. Your Excellency Blackstar, please don't go off topic. We're not talking about His Excellency, the Mecha Empire's decision, but his contributions. Portis was very skilled at avoiding the important points. No, these two can't be separated. Part of my contribution comes from stopping the Mecha Empire's plan. If he didn't do anything, my contribution would be limited. If you think that he should get half of the galaxy medal based on this logic, there's nothing wrong with that. Speaking of which, if we give him the medal, those who don't know will think that he did a good deed, and it will be unfair to all the contributors, including me. I believe that the three universal civilizations must have thought deeply before making such a decision. But Machina, the question has been answered. You can sit down. There are still others who want to ask questions. Please don't break the rules again and again, or please leave immediately. Han Shao calmly interrupted Portis. The other party's goal was to cause trouble. No matter what he said, they would argue back. Han Zhao's explanation was enough. He would never be able to make the other party speechless. As long as he showed a complete attitude, most of the audience would naturally listen. Continuing to argue would not only be meaningless, but would also damage his image. Seeing the nearby guards staring at him unkindly, Portis could only sit down resentfully. Facing the disdainful, disgusted, and complicated gazes of his peers, Portis suppressed the fear in his heart and tried his best to make himself look calm. He controlled his hands and feet from trembling and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Phew, I've finally completed the request. The president, who is watching the live broadcast, is probably going crazy from anger. Luckily, this has nothing to do with me anymore. I'll resign immediately when I get back. I don't care if the news channel will be suppressed or not. What's the point of working after getting paid? Portis fantasized about the future, only feeling that a beautiful life was waving at him. The image in his memory was still very clear. Not long ago, some mysterious people contacted him, intending to use a large sum of money to make him cause trouble on today's occasion. He knew that as long as he did this, his career would come to an end. Even if the upper echelons of the three universal civilizations were too lazy to deal with a small fry like him, the people below would take action spontaneously and ask the media industry to ban him. He was already mentally prepared for this. Not only was the amount proposed by the employer tempting, but the other party also had a huge background. Since they had come looking for him, as a small reporter, he had no choice but to do it. Rejecting them would not end well either, so he did not have much choice. Although today's action would lead to a ban and investigation in the industry, not only did the employer give him money, but they also promised to arrange a way out, allowing him to change his appearance and move to their territory to avoid the influence of the three universal civilizations. Being a rich man for the rest of his life and enjoying this money that he would never be able to spend in his lifetime. This was Portis' wish. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with Blackstar's answer, the atmosphere quickly returned to normal. The reporters continued to ask questions enthusiastically, pretending that the little episode just now did not happen. From the beginning to the end, the expressions of Unravel and the other two did not change at all. Manison was silent the entire time, with no intention of interrupting at all. It was as if his mind had wandered off, thinking about what to eat for dinner. No one came out to cause trouble again. Han Shao answered a few friendly questions before returning to his seat. The leaders of the three universal civilizations said some more pleasantries, and only then did the award ceremony come to a successful end. The guests left the venue one after another, and the leaders of the three universal civilizations left the venue under the escort of the guards. Han Shao exchanged a few words with the Beyond Grade as before leaving through the VIP passage. As soon as he walked out of the venue, he received a message from Sylvia. Army Commander, I watched the live broadcast. How should we deal with that reporter, Portis? Sylvia went straight to the point. What do you plan to do? Get rid of him? Don't. Getting rid of him will only vent our anger. It will also give the Supercluster Alliance something to use against them. There's no need for that. The three universal civilizations will make it impossible for him to survive. That's enough. So, we don't have to do anything. Let me think. Han Shao thought for a few seconds, and his expression gradually became playful. Monitor the flow of funds in all his accounts. The Supercluster Alliance will definitely think of ways to launder money and transfer the reward to his account. As long as they find a large amount of income, they will hack his account and donate all the money he collected in his normal savings. Let him work for free? Heh, that's bad. I like this plan. Sylvia's eyes sparkled, and she hung up the communication. Han Xiao left the quantum network and did not take Porta seriously. He would not care too much about a tool that was being used. He quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. At the same time, he took off the galaxy medal on his chest and looked at it carefully. The item introduction on the interface showed that this medal gave him a new universe legendary point, Galaxy Medal Recipient. At the same time, it also had an additional effect. The basic relationship between the three universal civilizations and their vassal factions was solidified to respect, which was equivalent to an innate relationship starting from 3,000 contribution points. The number of factions is enough. At the very least, it will give me a legendary point. Han Xiao nodded with satisfaction. He did not have much hope for this kind of honor medal, and it was already a pleasant surprise to have an additional reward. He was not picky anyway. At this time, 2 dynasty officers walked out from the corner in front and blocked his path, as if they were there to welcome him. Your Excellency Black Star, the 3 leaders would like to see you. Han Xiao paused and nodded. Lead the way. At the same time, in the temporary jurisdiction of the Supercluster Alliance in the Flickering World, the emissaries of each ally secretly met in a round-table conference room through remote projections. A virtual screen floated in the middle of the round table, showing the live broadcast of the award ceremony. After watching the live broadcast, many of the emissaries of the Supercluster civilizations shook their heads. The effect is SOSO, not reaching the expected impact. An ordinary reporter can only do this much. I told you not to have too much hope. It's enough as long as it has a little effect. Now that the prestige of the 3 universal civilizations has been consolidated, attacking them will only add up. This is just a minor detail after all. Strength is the most important principle. That's right. So let's move on from this topic for now. Let's get back to what's really important. Were we earlier? Speaking of the various funding and support agencies, it's time to act collectively, such as those Immortals organizations. This time, we have to strike first and not wait for the 3 universal civilizations to make a move before we counterattack. The stowaways we sent in the first exploration phase can be officially activated. The 3 universal civilizations control the door to the Flickering World, and we're alone. If we want to obtain an endless supply of resources and reinforcements, we have to count on these chess pieces buried in the first phase. The first batch of targets has also been chosen. Our regular army will not move, and everything will be left to those proxy organizations. Before the 3 universal civilizations officially intervene, try to snatch as much territory as possible in the free competition zone. What do the Beyond Grade A development unions say? They're basically neutral, but Black Star claims to have a personal grudge with Moto, so his attitude is unclear for now. Troublesome guy. Hey, emissary of Moto, when the conflict officially breaks out, we might not have the energy to deal with you guys. Think of a way by then. If there's no other way, just sacrifice yourselves to stall Black Star. The big picture is more important. All right, everyone, the success of this operation will determine the future of our respective civilizations. Whether we'll get a chance to advance further or be ruled by others forever. No matter the cost, we can only succeed, not fail. Chapter 11:57. Han Xiao followed the 2 dynasty officers through the heavily guarded corridor and came to a large office that had been converted into the temporary office of the 3 rulers. At this time, the door to the reception room in the deepest part was tightly shut. The secretary of the dynasty ruler put down his work and greeted him with a respectful tone. Your Excellency Black Star, the 3 rulers are still talking. They'll probably be done soon. Please wait for a moment. Okay, I'll sit by the side for a while. Han Xiao found a seat and sat down. The secretary asked someone to serve him drinks and sat across from Han Xiao. In order not to let Black Star feel left out, the secretary took the initiative to be the escort and started chatting. Having been the dynasty for decades, Han Shao knew quite a few high-ranking officials. This was not the first time he had interacted with the Secretary General, so the conversation was rather casual. As the two of them chatted, the topic quickly shifted to the small incident that happened during the ceremony. "Your Excellency Blackstar, what do you think of that reporter?" the secretary asked. "Just a pitiful, unlucky guy." Indeed, the secretary smiled. When he was chosen, his career was destined to be affected. It's not hard to understand why he finally decided to take the gamble that maximized his benefits. I thought that a position like yours would have to be politically correct, saying that he should take the initiative to expose the crimes of the mastermind. We're all about political correctness, but we have to do practical things. The higher-ups don't like people who only know how to shout slogans. The secretary shook his head. He's not a citizen of our civilization, and there's no patriotism in him. The chances of him taking the initiative to expose are very low. What can he get by reporting to us? A meager reward or a banner? Han Shao casually teased. You're quite humorous, but even that's wishful thinking. He'll most likely get a demotion. He was originally a big-name reporter in charge of attending official news events like ours. It's a top position, but if he exposed this matter, he won't receive any preferential treatment. You also understand that we're a huge system. Every department not only works for the entire civilization, but also considers their own political achievements. Therefore, why would the news department take the risk of letting a suspicious reporter continue to attend official events? They would most likely inform the higher-ups of the media channel that this reporter works for. Therefore, his company will consciously transfer him back to another news channel. Doesn't this mean that this person is worth using? Is it necessary? Wouldn't it be easier to change to someone else? What kind of irreplaceable character is he? Yo, you're a little cold-blooded. Aren't you afraid of disappointing others? Han Shao raised his eyebrows. Do you think that we will fight over a small reporter and let others see how protective we are of a small reporter? This will increase the confidence of outsiders in working with us and make it more likely that people will come to us to expose this matter in the future. The Secretary General laughed. Isn't that good? Han Shao was interested. Different people have different logic when dealing with things at different levels. At our level, most of the time, the way we deal with things is the opposite of the logic of ordinary people. Basically, it's a combination of many factors. The Secretary General blinked and said, if it's someone with a higher status or an organization with a certain amount of power, we might do as you said. But a small reporter? We won't waste our energy on him. The public opinion war between us and the supercluster has been going on secretly. This is not the first time something like this has happened. If he doesn't have any connections, he might not even be able to get a place in our protection plan. In the end, he's not an important person, so we won't pay too much attention to him. How come I didn't know that you were so bold before? Han Shao looked up and down. I'm just telling the truth. Although the public power is great, the resources to exercise public power are limited. In the end, it's a problem of distribution. The Secretary General smacked his lips and said, putting yourself in their shoes, there's no benefit in taking the initiative to expose them, so it's better to agree to the behind-the-scenes instigator. At least on the surface, you can get a large sum of money, and what you do is within the scope of your normal duties. You didn't cross the line. After all, it's the reporter's freedom to ask questions. We can't force him. Can't we? At least in name. Official activities don't have a budget for friendly questions. We can only rely on authority to make people aware. The Secretary General smiled. It's just that authority doesn't always work. There are many reporters who dare to make things difficult for us. Some do it for performance. Some are ordered by others. All kinds of situations have happened before. How can things remain the same? Han Shao stroked his chin and suddenly said, why do I feel like you're implying something else when you say this to me? You saw through me. Actually, I want to test how the Black Star Corps plans to deal with this reporter. With your swift and decisive methods, you must have already made arrangements. The Secretary General smiled. What's swift and decisive? You can just say that I'm narrow-minded. Han Shao cursed in his mind and casually explained his plan. It's good that you didn't fall for it. It seems like my reminder was unnecessary. The Secretary General smiled and nodded. It's so tiring to chat with you. Don't hide anything. Just say it. Han Shao was helpless. Haha. We hope to deal with it lightly and not threaten this reporter, so we need your cooperation. If this person's life is threatened, it will be easy for people to write about it. I think it's useless even if you don't want to do it. Maybe the mastermind behind this has already prepared to kill someone and frame them. They can still smear the name. The Secretary General crossed his hands and said, I understand your concerns. There is indeed such a possibility, but the probability is very low. First of all, this kind of accusation is neither painful nor beneficial to the overall situation. We simply don't want to cause trouble. But if someone is trying to frame someone, there will definitely be flaws, and it will be easy to overturn the case. Also, how many people will care about the life and death of a reporter? Once the publicity is started, the power behind the scenes will definitely be exposed. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. And because the person involved this time is a reporter, doing this will also ruin the good impression of the media industry. If we want to promote it, we can't do it without their cooperation. With so many factors, the mastermind behind this is not willing to lose the big picture. Similarly, this is also the reason why we're dealing with it lightly. Hearing this, Han Shao did not comment. The higher one's level, the wider one's knowledge was. The improvement in his methods over the years came from interacting with people of different levels. After chatting for a while, Han Shao suddenly thought of something and changed the topic. Unravel's term should be ending soon, right? In his previous life, not long after the Flickering World storyline ended, the dynasty had a new ruler. Counting the days, it should be ending soon. The Secretary General paused and subconsciously lowered his voice. I can't say exactly how long it will take. All right, let's talk about you. After Unravel retires, there will be a change in your position, right? Is there any news? When the ruler retires, my term as the Secretary General will end. My position hasn't been decided yet, but I'll definitely be sent out to manage the country. There's an 80% chance that I'll be transferred to the same level. Just as Han Shao was about to ask casually, the door of the reception room finally opened. The Secretary General stopped talking and made an inviting gesture. Seeing this, Han Shao got up and walked into the reception room. He immediately saw the three leaders sitting behind the table, with their respective beyond grade personal guards beside them. The door closed behind him, and Han Shao casually greeted them. Dark Emperor Claudia nodded slightly and did not intend to speak. On the other hand, Ulu glanced at Han Shao from head to toe and slowly said, You captured quite a few of my friends some time ago. It's a pity that I wasn't there, or you wouldn't have been able to do it. Hello, it's our first time meeting. Nice to meet you. Sensing the hostility in Ulu's tone, Han Shao remained indifferent. He maintained a smile and did not respond at all. Humph! Ulu snorted and did not continue speaking. He raised his head slightly and revealed an arrogant posture, although he did not have nostrils. The first impression this guy left on Han Shao was arrogance. Although Kasi said that Ulu was more gentle, his frame of reference was the Dark Emperor, who was known for being cold. Han Shao did not expect Ulu to be very friendly. Furthermore, he had captured a few Radiance allies not long ago, so it would be strange if Ulu had a good expression. On the other side, Wernos did not even open his eyes, as if he was asleep. He had no intention of paying attention to Han Shao at all, as if he did not see him. Among the three of them, Han Shao was the most curious about Wernos. In his previous life, the Dark Emperor and Ulu's two personal guards had both entered the main battlefield and sacrificed themselves in the World Tree War. Only Wernos had never taken action, and his past achievements could be counted on one hand. He was extremely mysterious. Generally speaking, when mentioning beyond grade, as Wernos was rarely included because he basically did not fight with others. He was an unusual existence like Sorokin, but the two of them happened to be on opposite ends of the spectrum. This time, the dynasty ruler Urnral spoke. Blackstar, How do you feel after receiving the galaxy medal? I'm flattered. Han Xiao was expressionless. But you don't seem very satisfied? You saw through me. Yes, I'm actually worried. Worried about what? If I make new contributions to the universe in the future, will you give me a second or third galaxy medal? I feel like I have to open a warehouse to store this thing. Who knows? One day, I won't be able to store it. How distressing. Han Xiao sighed. Unravel? Question mark. Is that what you're saying? Let's cut the pleasantries. You didn't call me here just to encourage me, right? If you have something to say, just say it. Han Xiao shrugged. He had been pretending for the entire day, so he did not want to be polite anymore. Vader pondered for a moment before saying, Then, let's get straight to the point. I believe you've also heard from other channels that our conflict with the Supercluster Alliance is about to start. As the leader of the private warlords in the flickering world, the Black Star Corps needs your help. Han Xiao frowned. The three universal civilizations had been trying to get the Beyond Grade A Association to help them deal with the Supercluster Alliance. They had even decided to use the monopoly of class knowledge as a bargaining chip, but the association had never agreed. The three universal civilizations did not do anything after that, but now they were starting again. You should know the results of the Beyond Grade A Development Union's discussion some time ago, right? I thought that was the answer, Han Xiao said. That's right. We know that the Beyond Grade A Association intends to stay neutral, but that's your agreement, not ours, Ethereal's Pope said calmly. Unravel also added, Black Star, we hope you can do something about this. The Red Empire had given their territory to their Beyond Grade A allies precisely because they hoped that their allies would contribute at this time. However, the establishment of the Development Union had exceeded their expectations, and their allies now wanted to stay neutral. Of course, they would not agree. Although the Black Star Corps' territory was a reward for meritorious service, giving it out also had a purpose. If it did not achieve the effect that the dynasty wanted, they would not give up so easily. I thought we had reached a consensus on this issue, but it seems like you've misunderstood my position. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Don't misunderstand. We know what you mean, but this is not beyond the scope of our agreement, Vader said with a deep voice. The three universal civilizations were trying to build momentum for Black Star because they wanted to find a spokesperson to speak for them in the association. With Han Xiao as a link, they could influence the Development Union through him. At this juncture, the spokesperson would come in handy. The Supercluster Alliance also had Beyond Grade as, so the three universal civilizations would not easily allow their allies to go on strike. If I do this, I'll deviate from the United Front and lose the greater picture. Han Xiao waved his hands. Don't worry, we've considered this and have already chosen an entry point for you. Ethereal's Pope leaned forward. Since you've publicly stated that you have a personal grudge with the Moto civilization, you can use this as a reason to make more Beyond Grade as intervene without damaging your reputation in the association. You think it won't be damaged just because you say so? No way. Han Xiao waved his hands. Then let's each take a step back. We won't force you to participate in the entire event, but if the Beyond Grade as of the Supercluster Alliance take action, I hope the Development Union will respond. Since you've shouted the slogan of regulating all Beyond Grade A conflicts, you should follow through to the end. This happens to be within your scope of responsibility. Han Xiao immediately understood the three universal civilizations plan. He snorted in his heart and put on a troubled expression as he explained, but in this case, the Beyond Grade, as who are willing to stand up for the Supercluster Alliance, will definitely be their direct subordinates. You have your own direct subordinates too, so isn't it just right for the direct subordinates to fight the direct subordinates? If you insist on the association taking action, it will more or less be biased. It doesn't seem appropriate. Vader's tone became heavier as he said with dissatisfaction, According to what you've said, what do we still need you allies for? Han Xiao raised his brows and said, If you have the ability, cancel the alliance with all the Beyond Grade as. Vader was immediately speechless. You're the best, so I'll shut up. Chapter 1158. After scolding Vader, Han Xiaoxin felt much better. Now, He was also the special consultant of the Federation and the Church in name, but the grudges from before had not disappeared. He had only suppressed them in his heart. This was the first time he had been rude to the leaders of the three universal civilizations, and it felt pretty good. Seeing this, Unravel took over and said with a serious expression, "Black Star, this is very important. I hope you can put forward a proposal in the association." Han Shao was a little more reserved when dealing with the dynasty ruler, but he still did not give in. He said, "The development union shouldn't be biased. If we act according to your request, your direct members will take action first. Should we stop them? If we do, will you accept mediation? If we treat them differently, won't we still be helping them? Ahem. Anyway, you understand what I mean. I personally have a reason to deal with Moto, and I've told them in advance. It's not going against the United Front, but it's better for the association to remain neutral." He knew what the three universal civilizations were planning. The purpose of the Development Union was to mediate all beyond grade A conflicts. The three universal civilizations wanted to make an issue of this and turn the association into an indirect third-party ally. If the supercluster used their direct members, they would attack them. If the three universal civilizations used their direct members, they would pretend they did not see anything. This way, the final effect would make people think that the Development Union was still the three universal civilizations' henchmen. Of course, Han Shao could not agree. He was the vice president of the Beyond Grade A Association and an ally supported by the three universal civilizations. His identity was sensitive, and both sides needed him. Therefore, he could not easily take the wrong path. The three universal civilizations had the advantage in terms of direct beyond grade, so they had no reason to restrict their own advantages. Therefore, they would most likely not agree to the association's way of treating them equally. As expected, after hearing what Han Shao said, the three universal civilizations' leaders rejected this proposal. As rulers, they could not give the association a higher law enforcement authority than them. The ethereal Pope slowly said, "Black Star, let's speak openly. We understand your position very well. The Mecha Empire wants to create opposition, but you're different. You don't want to separate the beyond grade as from us, and you don't reject working with us. That's why we have high hopes for you. Therefore, this matter can actually be discussed. Just tell us what you want." "That's right. My goal is to form a more equal cooperative relationship between the beyond grade and the advanced civilizations, not to become your vassals. As for the premise of equality, you have to at least loosen most of the shackles on the beyond grade, such as the monopoly of class knowledge. Isn't this the deal we proposed before? We used the removal of the knowledge monopoly as a bargaining chip in exchange for the development union to deal with the supercluster alliance, but you didn't agree. How should I put it? In the eyes of many beyond grade, using this to make a deal is no different from blackmailing and compromising. Another goal of the association is to form a united front. We don't want to be forced to continue being involved in faction disputes. Therefore, most people hope that the three universal civilizations will unconditionally loosen the many restrictions, including the knowledge monopoly, and reform the alliance system. After that, we'll be willing to talk about new terms of cooperation. This is a matter of order." Han Shao explained the association's request. The Beyond Grade A United Front was actually the same as a union strike. It was to improve the welfare of the entire class and fight for better treatment for themselves. Therefore, they were quite united before the benefits were in their hands. "If we do that, what form of cooperation do you hope to achieve?" The ethereal Pope threw the question back. To be honest, the association's opinion is not unified for the time being, but more people suggest to reduce the nature of allies and strengthen the employment relationship. In order to reduce the coercion and increase the freedom, the cooperation will no longer be limited to one company. Also, outside of the employment relationship, we won't suffer any retaliation from faction disputes. Han Shao explained the expectations of the development union. There were too many twists and turns in this. The needs of the advanced civilization allies were different from those of the neutral beyond grade so it would be difficult to obtain a result that everyone was satisfied with when they had different standpoints. The three leaders shook their heads and did not agree. Neither side was willing to give in, so this meeting could only end without reaching a consensus. Striding out of the reception room, Han Xiao sighed and felt somewhat helpless. As his position in the universe grew higher and higher, the choices he faced every day became more and more critical. Every choice could have a profound impact on his own development. If he was not careful, he would deviate from the path, and it would be difficult to fix. Only by experiencing this personally could he understand the dangers involved. At the same time, after Han Xiao left, the three leaders in the reception room exchanged glances. Looks like there's no need to count on the Development Union to provide any help. Black Star is really not careless at all. When he received benefits, he had a clear conscience. When we asked for repayment, he also rejected without any shame. His principles are really strong, Bader said. Come on, this isn't our main goal for building momentum for him. Rejection is to be expected. If this little benefit can be used to control a peak beyond grade A, then it's too simple. There's nothing wrong with Black Star cherishing his reputation, but we can't lose the big picture for small gains. We still need him to act as a link in the future to guide the Development Union. It's just that their request is a little whimsical. The Beyond Grade A group can't be without limits. If we completely remove their shackles, there will definitely be hidden dangers in the future. We don't have the time to deal with it now. Let's continue to put the negotiations aside and observe Black Star. No matter what, letting him take the position will definitely be better than the Mecha Empire. Under the strong publicity of the three universal civilizations, the award ceremony was broadcasted in various regions of the major star fields, causing widespread discussion among countless galactic residents. Among them, the most talked about one was Han Xiao. Some people felt that Black Star deserved the Galaxy Medal, while others felt that his contributions were not great enough and could not be compared to the previous Galaxy Medal winners. However, no matter what, the truth could not be changed. Counting Han Xiao's deeds in detail, catching ES God, stopping the disaster, fighting the Mecha Empire, and contributing to the stability of the universe, most people still had a positive attitude. However, the Galactic Society's discussion of the award ceremony did not last for more than a few days before a sudden change attracted the attention of the entire universe. Just a few days after the award ceremony ended, the largest armed conflict to date suddenly broke out in the free competition zone of the fourth exploration phase of the Flickering World. Many organizations attacked multiple planet strongholds without any warning, as if they had planned it beforehand. The free competition zone suddenly fell into chaos. Rumble, rumble. The earth trembled incessantly. Rows of heavy ground combat vehicles that were more than 10 meters tall pushed forward. Everywhere they passed, the forests collapsed, the forts shattered, and the ground defense lines were breached. Countless turrets and traps turned into pieces on the ground. Groups of armored soldiers raised their weapons and fired wildly at the invaders. Hot beams of light shot out from the muzzles, but the agile figures of supers shuttled through the artillery fire, destroying one squad after another and easily tearing apart the defenders' battle line. The soil splashed up from the explosions buried the corpses of the soldiers wrapped in broken armor. The low-altitude vehicles in the sky cooperated with each other and provided firepower support from the high altitude. The cannons on the ships spat out dense tongues of fire and bombarded the protective shields of the fortresses, causing electric arcs and sparks to fly everywhere. The verdant forests were reduced to charred debris under the bombardment, and the buildings collapsed one after another in the bombardment. This was a resource planet located in the middle of the free competition zone. Originally, it was discovered by a vassal star system civilization under the three universal civilizations and built a stronghold there. However, it was suddenly attacked today. The attackers were a large fleet, and their spaceships had the same symbol, a snowflake-shaped emblem with two spears crisscrossing at the bottom. It represented an immortal organization called Northern Battlefront, which had been established not long ago and had not made any big moves in the free competition zone. Who would have thought that they would suddenly attack a planet occupied by a star system civilization without warning? This Northern Battlefront fleet sent out more than 100,000 Grade B players, as well as a large number of battleships and ground combat equipment. Not long after the battle started, the Stronghold's defense forces were completely defeated and could not withstand the Northern Battlefront's attack. An allied player organization like the Northern Battlefront was formed by a large number of guilds, and they had also recruited many independent players who had brought money into the organization. They were very strong and could support a certain scale of galactic war. After all, after surviving in the galaxy for 4 versions, the guilds had accumulated a certain amount of capital. Currently, there were tens of millions of active players in the entire galaxy. The Black Star Corps had recruited more than 10 million people and was already the largest player faction. The remaining people were scattered in various organizations, and their numbers were also large. The Guild Alliance had recruited quite a number of people. There is also a group of players from the 3 universal civilizations in the Stronghold, only 100 or 200 of them. They had no choice but to fight their way out. However, they were quickly drowned by the Northern Battlefront army and could not do anything. A Northern Battlefront battleship hovered high in the sky. In the command room, the leader of the Northern Battlefront looked down at the one-sided battle and smiled with satisfaction. Victory is right in front of us. Quickly finish off the enemy. We still have other strongholds to attack. He was the leader of the Northern Battlefront's many allied guilds and was in charge of operating the organization. His ID was Fire of the North Sea, and he was the president of a large club in Europe. Where are we going next? Another upper echelon of the allied guild asked. We'll attack whoever is closest to us. Sweep all the way. Fire of the North Sea waved his hand in high spirits. The Northern Battlefront communicated with the NPC organizations in the name of the organization and reached an agreement with the Supercluster Alliance. As an agent, they would help the Supercluster Alliance conquer cities. Every time they conquer Stronghold, they would receive additional rewards. Furthermore, they would not have to spend any effort to occupy the planet. The Supercluster Alliance would be in charge of development and provide them with a high share of resources, which was equivalent to an endless stream of funds. At the same time, during the war, the Supercluster Alliance would also provide resource support, material purchase discounts, and other benefits. Not only the Northern Battlefront, but the Galactic Business Alliance, the 5C Alliance, and many other player guild alliances had also reached an agreement with the Supercluster Alliance and temporarily fought for them. The conflict between the 3 universal civilizations and the Supercluster Alliance was already an open secret. The Supercluster Alliance would not be afraid of the 3 universal civilizations and the Black Star Corps, like the smaller factions in the past. The clubs of the various countries saw an opportunity and started a national war through the battle between the 2 factions. Starting a national war was partly for entertainment, but it was also more for benefits. First, it was to transition from an ordinary organization to a supercluster faction through this channel. Second, it was to recruit more independent players through the war and strengthen the organization. Third, it was to speculate in the war and ask for a share of the various resources. Fourth, it was because of the main storyline mission of the faction war. Fifth, it was to provide outside help for this season's Pro League and advance and alleviate the situation of the Black Star Corps dominating the game. Now that the Supercluster Alliance had made the first move, the Northern Battlefront and the other guild alliances had started to expand the territory of the Supercluster Alliance in the free competition zone, which led to the current situation. Fire of the North Sea opened the star map and looked at the real-time expansion of the Supercluster Alliance's territory in the free competition zone. He clenched his fists excitedly. This is an unprecedented event. The Black Star Corps' advantage in the flickering world is too great. Only if the Supercluster Alliance that we support wins can we turn the tables and obtain the same amount of resources. The same scene played out on many planets in the free competition zone. Apart from the player guild alliances, there were also other private armed organizations fighting for territories for the Supercluster Alliance. About 2,400 planets were invaded on the same day, and they were all resource planets, transportation hubs, or other strategic locations. Up until now, the 4th exploration phase had basically been completed and the Superstar Cluster Alliance could accurately choose the most valuable targets to attack. All of a sudden, the Supercluster Alliance's territory increased tremendously, firmly occupying the core areas of several star clusters in the free competition zone. With this as their foundation, they started to expand, greedily seizing the planets and strongholds that other organizations had developed, taking a large amount of territory into their hands, and starting to build the deep defense line in their strategic blueprint. Facing the sudden attack of the Supercluster Alliance, the entire world was shocked. Galaxy Chronicles, the First World Server War. On February 25th, year 732, the three universal civilizations held a commendation ceremony to give Black Star a galaxy medal. On February 29th, year 732, a large-scale armed invasion occurred in the free competition zone of the flickering world. The Supercluster Alliance ordered many armed organizations to expand their territory, and this incident became the fuse for the official conflict between the three universal civilizations and them. It also opened the prelude to the First National War, known as the Eve Incident. Chapter 1159. Recently, the weather in Guangzhou suddenly changed. I caught a cold a few days ago, and it was getting better. However, there were many things going on at home before the new year, so I didn't have a good rest. Today, my cold got worse, and I had a fever. I felt dizzy, and my back was strained. The soreness was unbearable, and I felt uncomfortable even when lying down. I really wanted to remove my muscles and tendons to iron them. My lungs had always been bad, and whenever my cough got worse, I was worried that my alveoli would explode. Furthermore, it was really difficult to write a storyline at this stage. According to the outline, the Supercluster Alliance and the World War would be the last in version 40. After that, I would use a few chapters to finish the Pro League before entering the next version update. This would pave the way for the calamity of the Supers or the World Tree War. The general direction was quite clear. However, the problem was that it was very difficult to determine the role of the main character in this current battle. Due to the restrictions of the United Front, there seemed to be very few chances for beyond grade A characters to appear. This wasn't good, and the focus of the description would be off. Furthermore, everyone probably wouldn't like to watch a normal galactic battle without the main character's scenes, so there would be limited meaning in writing it. Thus, I was still thinking about the specific writing method. Should I carefully depict the clash between the players and the two factions, write about the battle between different organizations and different guilds, or just focus on Han Zhao's actions and use the battle between the two factions as a background to quickly pass through? Although the former was more suitable in terms of structure, it was quite bloated. The latter could be reduced to about 100,000 to 200,000 words so that it could enter the later versions as soon as possible. Today, I forced myself to write about 2,000 words, but the effect wasn't good. I deleted all of them after a glance, so I wanted to take a leave to adjust my state and recuperate. Brothers, you all know that other than the 10 days of rest I had during the 17th National Day, I usually only took a day off. However, this time, I was really sick, and one day really wasn't enough. I had to take another day off. If I was in good condition on the 18th tomorrow, I would definitely write an update. However, if I didn't get better overnight, I would still have to take a break tomorrow. I just didn't know if the hospital would be able to provide transfusions on the weekend tomorrow. Although I lived a rough life most of the time, I had to take care of my body when I was sick. I hope brothers can understand. Chapter 1160. Free Competition Zone, Emerald Star Cluster, Planet Rosend. This was a resource planet located in the inner ring of the star cluster. It had long been occupied by a star cluster civilization called Thunderhorn and transformed into a temporary base camp for the exploration army. It was heavily guarded, and a large amount of resources and soldiers were stored there. At this moment, the leaders of the Thunderhorn civilization's exploration army were gathered in the conference room of the headquarters. Two stronghold planets in the middle ring were invaded consecutively by different organizations hired by the Supercluster Alliance. What do you all think? The commander-in-chief pressed his hands on the conference table and scanned the upper echelons with his sharp eyes. Bang! An upper echelon commander with a long, Needle-like beard slammed the table and said angrily, "Is there still a need to discuss? Organize people to attack them immediately. My troops were guarding one of the strongholds, and they were all wiped out. We have to fight back." Another tall and thin officer with a calm temperament stroked the lightning-shaped blue longhorn on his head. This action was similar to a cosmic human stroking his beard, and slowly said, "I think we should wait for the time being. First, the Superstar Cluster Alliance's actions are premeditated and have strategic intentions. Even if we snatch it back, we will be attacked again. Second, because of the Superstar Cluster Alliance's attack, the central area is currently in chaos and is being converted into private land by the Superstar Cluster Alliance. Now, the fourth exploration phase had been completed, and the 4-star clusters in the free competition zone had been divided into regions. A star cluster had dozens of star systems, and according to their location, they were divided into the outer ring, inner ring, middle, and core regions. There were a total of 4 layers. Currently, the main strategic goal of the Supercluster Alliance was to completely control the core and middle ring regions and have a stable base camp. They would then use space teleportation methods like stargates to maintain their supply lines. Although this would lead to them being heavily surrounded, the Supercluster Alliance had no other choice. Their main goal was to attack cities, and guerrilla warfare was not suitable for them. No matter which region they occupied, they would be besieged. Then what do you think we should do? Should we obediently hand over the stronghold and let my people die in vain? The fiery officer with a needle-like beard roared. "Commander-in-Chief?" The calm officer turned around and said, "I think the same as you." The commander-in-chief nodded slowly and said, "I agree with waiting. The situation is not clear yet. They've already started fighting. What's there to be unclear about?" The hot-tempered officer shouted. The commander-in-chief said patiently, "In this storm, we're not the main characters. The 3 universal civilizations and the Supercluster Alliance are the main characters, the chess players. Although the 4th phase is called a free competition zone, the organizations that came to mind for money and occupy land are only chess pieces that walked into the chessboard. We can't decide the direction of the overall situation. Therefore, we have to wait for the 3 universal civilizations to react. So, we're counting on the 3 universal civilizations to fight against the Supercluster Alliance on behalf of us. Of course not. The 3 universal civilizations won't get involved so easily. After all, the principle of the free competition zone isn't broken yet. The Supercluster Alliance has recruited so many proxy forces. On one hand, it's to strengthen itself, and on the other hand, it's to hint at the rules of the game. Everyone will compete with their proxy forces. When the 2 armies officially start fighting, the situation will enter a more intense level. Now isn't the time. The calm officer nodded. That's right. Therefore, chess pieces like us are now waiting for the commander-in-chief's orders. When the 3 universal civilizations react, it'll be time for us to choose a side. At that time, we won't be fighting alone anymore. We'll immediately have a large number of teammates. The upper echelons of the Thunderhorn Civilization's exploration army nodded. Although they were unwilling to be chess pieces, when they chose to enter the free competition zone, it was equivalent to entering the game. This was the rule of the game set by the 3 universal civilizations. If they were not willing to play, they would not be forced to. Of course, there were many benefits. Only those who were willing to be chess pieces could obtain the benefits of the flickering world. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, a virtual screen popped up in the middle of the conference table. On it was an announcement made by the 3 universal civilizations to the entire universe. The bright title jumped into everyone's eyes. Additional regulations for the anti-monopoly plan of the 4th exploration phase of the flickering world. It's here. The commander-in-chief's eyes flashed, and he read this announcement with everyone else. They all had a just-as-I-thought expression. The content of this announcement could be summarized into a few points. First, the Eve incident was defined as the beginning of malicious competition and monopoly, believing that the Supercluster Alliance had violated the free exploration regulation. Second, the Supercluster Alliance was ordered to immediately stop its malicious expansion, strongly condemning it on behalf of all the civilizations in the universe. Third, if the Supercluster Alliance did not repent and insisted on doing things its own way, they would begin to punish and redistribute the territories occupied by the Supercluster Alliance. In the appendix of the announcement, there were plans to implement the punishment and redistribution. The Red Empire and the other two universal civilizations expressed that they were not willing to personally destroy the free exploration regulation, so they encouraged all the organizations in the free competition zone to attack the Supercluster Alliance and gave them special support based on their contributions. At the same time, in the territory distribution plan, they expressed that they would not take back the planets taken back by the various organizations from the Supercluster Alliance. As for those who helped the Supercluster Alliance, they would take back their territories after the event. In short, they were using methods such as bribery to draw a blank check, asking the various organizations to attack the Supercluster Alliance, and increasing the difficulty for the Supercluster Alliance to recruit agents. They could either choose the three universal civilizations or the Supercluster Alliance. Ordinary organizations did not have a third option. If they all tried to stay neutral and stay away from a storm, the result would be that their territories would be gradually taken over by the Supercluster Alliance. This was also the reason why the three universal civilizations were so confident in carrying out this decision. No one wanted to have the results of their exploration taken away, so no one was willing to be eliminated. If there was really a 1 in 10 million chance that everyone would rather give up their territories than get involved in the storm, the three universal civilizations would send in their regular army, and after defeating the Supercluster Alliance, they would not give out their territories to other organizations. Instead, they would take over their territories and complete the redistribution. As for the third-party beyond Grade A organizations, they would be an exception in this storm. Only they had the capital to stay neutral. The three universal civilizations and the Supercluster Alliance would also avoid the territories occupied by the beyond Grade A organizations to a certain extent. This was the effect of the Development Union. It was already different from how it was in Han Zhao's previous life, and the butterfly effect was starting to show. Of course, the premise was that the beyond grade as would be bystanders. While the organizations under them could take the opportunity to expand, they could not go overboard. There had to be a limit. What an insidious strategy. The commander-in-chief stroked his horn, snorted, and suddenly raised his voice. Organize the fleet and head toward the central ring area. The time has come. We now have enough indirect allies. Everyone stood up and saluted in unison. Understood. On the other side, the Black Star Corps' frontline exploration stronghold in the Emerald Star Cluster. The outbreak of the incident last night caused an uproar among the Army players. A large number of players gathered at the frontline exploration stronghold, and the hall was filled with Army players with all kinds of equipment. There was a lot of discussion, and it was noisy. What's going on? I was on a business trip a few days ago and didn't have time to come online. How did the world change so drastically the moment I came back? Are these guild alliances playing with snakes? The Supercluster Alliance wants to unify the free competition zone. How did the Northern Battlefront and the Galactic Business Alliance get in touch with them? I looked at the forums. They seem to have obtained the main storyline war mission from the Supercluster Alliance. But we don't have any related missions. Do we have to choose the Supercluster Alliance for this main storyline? That's not necessarily true. Didn't some big shots analyze the current situation? The three universal civilizations definitely won't let this go. We're in the Black Star Corps, so we should naturally stand on the side of the three universal civilizations. While everyone was discussing, an announcement from the three universal civilizations popped up on the floating screen in the hall, attracting everyone's attention. After browsing through the entire hall, the atmosphere became lively again. Haha, I knew it. With such a big situation, it can't be a one-sided main storyline. So, this is a faction war, and the three universal civilizations and the Supercluster Alliance are opponents on both sides. We're going to have a national war. Countless players were excited. However, after a while, there was still no activity on the interface. Gradually, some people became confused. That's not right. Isn't it a faction war? Why didn't we receive any related main storyline missions? Do we have to take the initiative to trigger it? But who do we find to trigger it? We're members of the army. Maybe we have to wait for the army to make an official announcement before we get a mission? Just as everyone was bewildered, the Phillips subroutine on everyone's communicator suddenly jumped out and issued an announcement. Black Star Corps Expedition Order. Due to the conflict between the three universal civilizations and the Supercluster Alliance, the Army has decided to carry out an armed crusade against the Modo Civilization's exploration team. The reason is detailed in the appendix, Kundi Civilization, Collapse/Expand. When attacking the area occupied by the Modo Civilization, you don't have to worry about affecting other supercluster civilizations. If other organizations try to stop us, we can attack them together. Expelling and killing the Modo Civilization is our primary strategic goal. The Army's affiliated organizations can act on their own without deviating from the strategy. As soon as the announcement came out, a mission popped up on the interface of all the Army players at the same time. Start a faction war with the Modo Civilization. Other than the specific requirements, it was no different from the main storyline missions that the Supercluster Alliance players received. Seeing this, many people beamed with joy. That's right. We'll only get a main storyline mission after the Army makes an announcement. So, the Modo Civilization has a grudge with us? Sigh. It's obvious that you didn't read the background story of the version update carefully. The Modo Civilization schemed to make use of a local Kundi civilization in the flickering world and almost wiped them out. They deserve to be beaten up. Countless Army players were excited and could not wait to charge into the middle circle area. However, what they did not know was that the mission they triggered was actually problematic. It was not the main storyline of the battle between the three universal civilizations and the Supercluster Alliance. Normal vassals of the three universal civilizations or mercenaries of the Supercluster Alliance would not specify which civilization they were going to attack. Instead, as long as they helped their own organization expand and kill anyone from the other faction, their mission rating would increase. Although the mission the Army players received was the same, the target was only the Modo Civilization. Because of the United Front, the Black Star Corps and other beyond Grade A organizations could not respond to the call of the Red Empire and take the initiative to get involved. Therefore, normally speaking, the Army players did not have any main storyline missions of the battle between the two factions. Luckily, I'm smart. Looking at the excited reactions of the Army players on the forums, Han Xiao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As early as when the Development Union requested all members to be neutral, Han Xiao had already realized that the Black Star Corps would most likely not be able to join the main storyline of the battle between the three universal civilizations and the Supercluster Alliance. As the vice president, if he wanted to maintain his position and voice, he had to obey the collective decision of the United Front. He had guessed the consequences of this, so he deliberately left the Modo Civilization as a target to make the three universal civilizations and the Development Union feel that this was a personal grudge. This way, he could legitimately create a war mission and make the Army players think that it was the main storyline. Although the mission target was simpler than the real main storyline, the players could only accept it. Without this fake main storyline, there would definitely be a large number of Army players who had joined not long ago who would be disappointed. In order to participate in the First World Server National War, there would definitely be people who would switch factions. After what he did, the negative impact was minimized. Although the specific mission was different, at least they could enter the National War, which was enough to satisfy the needs of most Army players. At the same time, this could also form a contrast with the other Beyond Grade A organizations. Most Beyond Grade A factions could not participate in the main storyline, but the Black Star Corps had a fake main storyline. This way, it could attract some players from the other factions to switch to the Army. On the other hand, during the National War in his previous life, the players had a lot of room to play freely. To put it nicely, they could move freely, but to put it bluntly, they could fight their own battles. The fake main storyline he created had a strong goal, and the final effect was to unify the power of the tens of millions of players in the army, concentrate resources on Moto, and have a greater chance of completing the Kundi race leader's last wish mission. This way, this hidden danger was basically solved. United front, Han Shao mumbled helplessly. Now that the United Front had become a new shackle, it could still be maintained for now. However, as this clause affected the interests of more members, there would definitely be problems. The three universal civilizations probably also had plans to destroy the unity of the Beyond Grade as. To be honest, based on the current situation, he felt that the chances of the Development Union reaching an agreement with the three universal civilizations were extremely low. There was a strong conflict of interest between the two sides. On the association side, because of the different needs, the current collective decision was naturally not the best plan. It could only be said that it was a plan that no one strongly opposed. The Development Union wanted the three universal civilizations to unconditionally remove the monopoly of knowledge before talking about other cooperation. In the eyes of the Beyond Grade, as this was a reasonable request because their ultimate knowledges were all obtained through meritorious deeds. They had contributed enough over the years, and they had already gathered enough ultimate knowledges. It was just that they were not allowed to teach them. Only by breaking the monopoly of the three universal civilizations could they remove the shackles of their factions. This way, the association would spread knowledge on its own, so the current and future Beyond Grade as would no longer need to work for the three universal civilizations to obtain ultimate knowledges. After all, most people were not citizens of the three universal civilizations in the first place, so they did not have the responsibility to contribute. This way, if anyone wanted to join the three universal civilizations in the future, they would only be looking for a backer and would no longer be necessary. However, even if Han Shao used his toes to think, he knew that the chances of the three universal civilizations agreeing to it were extremely low. Unconditionally, even he himself felt that he was dreaming. However, as the vice president, he had the obligation to convey the collective decision. At the same time, he could not represent so many people and make decisions on his own. Therefore, he could only convey the association's intentions truthfully. According to Han Zhao's own thoughts, agreeing to the deal proposed by the three universal civilizations was actually not a bad idea. He would use dealing with the supercluster in exchange for them removing the monopoly of knowledge. However, most people did not agree. Firstly, they did not want to destroy their original intention. Secondly, they did not want to take the risk and get involved in this storm. Thirdly, they had different standpoints. If the two sides continued to be in a stalemate, Han Shao could basically conclude that the final result would be that the Beyond Grade A Association could not take it anymore and would start to teach knowledge in private. The three universal civilizations would then take the opportunity to make things difficult for them. Difficult, but luckily, it's not a problem for me. Han Shao shook his head. Firstly, he had already obtained the ultimate knowledges, so he was actually not that concerned about the problem of the knowledge monopoly. Secondly, he knew where the turning point of this matter was, so he did not care about the problem being exposed now. When the calamity of the supers or the world tree appears, we can break the current situation. Now, it's far from time. Speaking of which, I wonder if the Holy Covenant has succeeded. Han Shao curled his lips. He temporarily threw this thought away, thought for a while, picked up the communicator, and dialed a person's number. In the Supercluster Alliance storm, the Beyond Grade, as who were not direct descendants of the two sides, would not interfere in this storm on the surface, but there would definitely be a very small number of people who would do things in private. Sorokin, who had the backing of the three universal civilizations, would definitely be one of them. The two of them had the same interests, so they might be able to secretly work together this time and beat Moto into a pulp. Furthermore, Han Shao already had a bold guess about Sorokin's identity. Just nice, I can verify it, Han Shao thought. Chapter 1161. In the top-floor office of the Limitless Financial Group's branch in the Flickering World, a huge virtual star map floated in the middle of the room, showing the current distribution of the free competition zone. The Supercluster Alliance occupied a large area of the core and middle ring of the four-star clusters. Its territory was dyed red and clearly marked, and it was expanding toward the blue areas that represented the other organizations. Sorokin stood with his hands behind his back, staring at this star map with flickering eyes. This will be the second advanced civilization armed conflict incident that will affect the entire universe after the Crimson Tide. There are business opportunities everywhere. After solving the crisis with Traveler, the Limitless Financial Group turned around and hugged the thighs of Radiance and Ethereal, so they had to contribute in this storm. At the same time, this was a reasonable opportunity to make money from the war. As the head of the financial group, Sorokin naturally would not miss it. During the proxy war phase, the business of selling materials, arms, and other resources can be promoted. Those organizations that are on the side of the three universal civilizations need to replenish their supplies on the spot. This is the first business opportunity, but this is just a small profit. The real profit lies beyond the chessboard, which requires an entrance ticket. I should be able to qualify, Sorokin mumbled to himself, feeling a little excited. If he could grasp the real profit of this incident, the size of the Limitless Financial Group could be increased, and a skyrocketing stock price would not be a dream. Beep beep. While he was fantasizing, his personal communicator rang. It was a call from Blackstar. Seeing the name of the caller, Sorokin's expression changed slightly. Now that he saw Han Zhao's name, his heart would always tremble subconsciously. However, he adjusted his emotions very quickly, put on his signature fake smile, and answered the call. Your Excellency Blackstar, my dear partner. How do you have time to contact me today? I have something to cooperate with you. Han Xiao went straight to the point. The conflict between the three universal civilizations and the supercluster has finally broken out. This is my chance to settle the score with Modo. Everyone knows that I'm going to deal with Modo, and we should have the same interests in this regard, right? Sorokin's eyes sparkled, and he smiled. That's right. Putting aside my relationship with Radiance and Ethereal, Traveler sold me out. I have a score to settle with the Modo civilization behind him. Until now, he still thought that the Modo civilization was the one behind Traveler. He completely believed Han Zhao's lies and blamed the Modo civilization for this. Since we have the same goal this time, there is a basis for cooperation. You are a commercial organization, and it is not suitable for you to participate in armed conflicts, so I need you to provide a large amount of funds and supplies. Is that okay? The Black Star Corps' influence in the flickering world is far greater than mine, yet they still need me to provide war resources. Sorokin raised his brows. The more war materials, the better. Anyway, I don't mind having too much. Han Xiao was not embarrassed at all. Although he was not short on money, spending other people's money to fight a war was definitely more comfortable than spending his own. Sorokin clenched his teeth and cursed in his mind, but the smile on his face did not change. Sure, I'm more than happy to fund the war against the Modo civilization. I'll get the officer to send the list of supplies over later. Just give it to me accordingly. Okay. Sorokin clenched his teeth and smiled. There's another thing. With your foresight, you must be able to see the business opportunity of the second battlefront. Sorokin's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. He asked tentatively, You mean stop pretending? The conflict between the three universal civilizations and the supercluster will affect all aspects. Although the free competition zone is a target, the three universal civilizations will not just focus on this. They will definitely open a second battlefront and target the foundations of these supercluster civilizations in the explored universe. They will use political, economic, and other sanctions to pressure them, and there is a huge business opportunity in this. Han Xiao said slowly. The flickering world was the center of the storm, the main stage of the armed conflict. However, there was another battlefront outside the chessboard, which was the three universal civilizations pressuring the supercluster civilization, making the supercluster civilization tired of dealing with them. This would indirectly create an advantage for the free competition zone battlefield, forcing the supercluster civilization to give up as soon as possible. The business opportunity lay in the economic sanctions. Under the targeting of the three universal civilizations, the business world of the supercluster civilization would be shaken, and a large number of enterprises would be unlucky. This would be the opportunity for the other universal tycoons to enter the fray, like a group of sharks that smelled blood, biting off a piece of meat from the supercluster civilization. The Limitless Financial Group was now close to the three universal civilizations, and they were a top tycoon themselves. Naturally, they had the right to enter the fray. Han Xiao had his eyes on this opportunity and was prepared to take a share of the pie. At the same time, this plan was also to better complete the Cunny Race mission. The mission required him to cause huge losses to the Modo civilization. Killing the other party's army was one aspect, and destroying the Modo civilization's financial stability and causing huge economic losses was also the direction of the mission requirements. By doing both, the mission success rate would be increased again. Furthermore, the death of the Cundy race leader was still fresh in his mind. From a purely emotional point of view, Han Xiao also wanted to beat Modo up as badly as possible. Sorokin was very unwilling, and he said with a troubled expression, "I haven't decided to intervene yet. Furthermore, you're already a VIP of the three universal civilizations. You can enter the fray even without me. Why do you need to use my channels? Your channels are better." Han Xiao chuckled without blushing at all. His Germinal Financial Group could indeed enter the fray independently. But compared to the Limitless Financial Group, the Germinal Financial Group's business scope was still a little smaller, and it was not as good as the Limitless Financial Group's channels. This way, he could even borrow their strength to develop, so why not? Of course, to Sorokin, this was equivalent to stealing his business. He felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. He could not wait to get his factories to produce punching bags in the image of Black Star and vent his anger on the spot. That's not good. Sorokin was unwilling and wanted to beat around the bush. However, at this moment, Han Xiao's tone changed subtly. Speaking of which, when I was looking up information recently, I found a historical figure that interested me. Sorokin was stunned for a moment. He did not know why Han Xiao suddenly changed the topic and started chatting for no reason. He was confused, but he suppressed the impatience in his heart and pretended to be curious. "Who is it?" Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and stared at Sorokin meaningfully. "Rovel Sisak, a primordial one nicknamed Soul Emperor. I wonder if you've heard of him?" "I've heard of this person. How did he pique your interest?" When I was looking up primordial Esper abilities some time ago, I saw an Esper ability entity called Soul Flame and became interested. I looked it up and found out that the last host was this Soul Emperor. It was nothing much at first, but not long after, I happened to meet the current host of Soul Flame and learned a shocking piece of news from him. It turned out that this primordial One Soul Emperor did not die in a war like the information stated. His spirit escaped and hid. Due to the uniqueness of his ability, he might have been alive until now. Furthermore, I found out that his ability is very similar to yours. Don't you think it's amazing? It's just a coincidence. But a primordial one that survived until now? That's quite impressive. I also think it's a coincidence. So, let's get back to the topic. Our cooperation in this matter is actually a win-win plan. Isn't it good to get a bigger share of the pie together? That makes sense. All right, you've convinced me. It's settled then. When the time comes, I'll open up the channels to help the Germinal Financial Group enter. Haha, then I wish us a happy cooperation. I won't disturb you anymore. Okay, happy cooperation. After the communication ended, the smile on Sorokin's face disappeared instantly. Kacha! Sparks flew, and the communicator was crushed into a piece of scrap metal. This guy actually found out about my background. Sorokin's expression was uncertain. Soul Emperor Rovel Sisak. That was his earliest identity. Although he did not reveal anything when he spoke just now, his heart was actually in turmoil. If it were not for Sorokin's strong mental fortitude, and if he had not been mentally prepared to have his identity exposed, his expression would have changed drastically on the spot, and his identity would have been exposed. Sorokin did not believe that Black Star could see through his identity with 100% certainty. He must have made the connection because of some information, so he spoke to test him. So much time had passed, and he had already changed many identities. It was impossible for the other party to have solid evidence. Purely in terms of identity, even if the other party knew that he was sole emperor, it would not matter. There were no grudges with the identity of sole emperor. Even if there were enemies, they would have long disappeared in the river of history. However, what Sorokin was afraid of was the chain reaction caused by his identity being exposed. If the three universal civilizations and the various beyond grade as knew that he was actually a primordial one who had lived until now, they would definitely be wary and wary. Then, how could he maintain his weak image and continue to pretend to be weak? Furthermore, he was most likely the only primordial one who had survived until now. The three universal civilizations would definitely make a move. Sorokin felt his scalp tingle just thinking about it. Han Xiao had the evidence, so Sorokin could only agree to Han Zhao's suggestion. Although Black Star probably doesn't have any evidence, if he continues to investigate, he might find out all the identities I've used. Sorokin's expression changed slightly. His identity as Sole Emperor was still okay, but his other identities were not so clean. In fact, the tragedy of the Pinnacles incident that wiped out all the Beyond Grade has had a shadow behind it. Although the clues were basically cut off after so many years, if someone found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. He only wanted Black Star to think that the identity of Sole Emperor was enough to blackmail him and stop investigating. Even if I change my identity, there's always the risk of being exposed. Only by getting rid of Black Star can I solve this once and for all. Sorokin's expression was uncertain. Chapter 1162. As soon as the anti-monopoly regulations of the three universal civilizations were announced, the effect was equivalent to war mobilization. The four-star clusters in the free competition zone were immediately stirred up, and all the observing organizations made their choice. A small number of organizations were not willing to be involved in the war, so they reluctantly gave up on the investment that had lasted for years and withdrew from the competition. Most of the organizations were not willing to be eliminated, so a large number of star system and star cluster civilizations and various civilian armed organizations mobilized their forces, standing on the side of the three universal civilizations and fighting the representatives of the supercluster alliance head-on in the inner and middle star clusters. Just like what the various civilizations had predicted, when the fourth phase of territory exploration was completed, the atmosphere of free development would gradually turn into frequent armed robberies. With the outbreak of large-scale conflicts, the flames of war spread rapidly. Under the attention of the entire universe, the free competition zone entered a state of war. The armed forces of a large number of organizations started to block, and the expansion of the Supercluster Alliance was immediately stopped. Countless intense battle lines were drawn in the four-star clusters, and the stronghold planets at the edge of the territory kept repeating the process of losing and then regaining, forming a crisscrossing force distribution map. The Emerald Star Cluster was divided into 14 war zones, most of which were in the inner and middle star clusters. The bridgeheads of the Supercluster Alliance scattered in the outer star clusters were under the most intense siege, and their strongholds connecting to the outside of the star cluster were quickly falling. However, because everyone's goal was to snatch territory, the intensity of the war was controlled, and planet destroyer weapons were banned. Fleet battles and surface battles were the main focus. After all, if a planet was destroyed, there would be no more territory to snatch. Thus, surface combat weapons and supers played an important role. A large-scale war meant the rapid depletion of battleships, ammunition, and weapons. Demand determined the market, giving a large number of financial groups the opportunity to make money. Many financial groups that had expanded their business in the flickering world were selling all kinds of war resources. Orders from the Black Star Army and the Germinal Financial Group were also increasing rapidly. The logistics department's assembly line was fully operational, and ships of arms were transported to the free competition zone. On the other side, under Han Zhao's orders, The armed forces of the army gathered at the frontline exploration strongholds of the army and attacked the Ferdinand star system, where the Modo civilization was located. Currently, the Supercluster Alliance's army was still biding its time, and the representative organizations surrounded their territory as the outer line of defense. The Black Star Corps fleet went straight into the defense line, exchanging fire with the representative organizations of the Supercluster Alliance. In the inner ring of the Emerald Star Cluster, a stronghold planet at the edge of the Supercluster Alliance's territory had been taken down by a large armed organization under a supercluster. A main force was temporarily stationed there, and today, this planet was attacked by Black Star's advanced troops. With the surface stronghold as the center, a hemispherical sky-blue energy shield was inverted on the surface, covering an area of tens of millions of kilometers. Above the shield was a fierce space battle. The defense fleet was struggling to resist the attacks of the Black Star Corps fleet. They were being slaughtered and were on the verge of collapse. The rotating rapid-fire turrets of the Black Star Corps warships threw out whip-like light chains, sweeping and lashing in the battlefield, interweaving into a net of light. Along the way, clusters of fireworks lit up from time to time. In the dazzling brilliance that illuminated the universe, silent killing intent was everywhere. The small special guerrilla warships were like agile hummingbirds, swimming in the battlefield where the light cannons crisscrossed. They moved up, down, left, and right, using thrilling maneuvers to avoid the cannons. From time to time, they would shoot out charge cabins to shatter the shields of the enemy warships and bite deep into the armor of the enemy warships, helping the players to land on the enemy warships. The blue-tail flames of the rear thrusters of the heavy assault fleet left light marks on the battlefield, shining like meteors. With the support of the powerful dark energy engine, the assault fleet cut through the waves and tore the formation of the enemy defense fleet into pieces, shattering the enemy's cooperative defense line. The Army commander was one of the top mechanics in the universe, and the battleship building technology of the logistics department was also outstanding. The performance and firepower of the battleships of the Army had the advantage. Under the ferocious coverage of the firepower, the dense energy beams penetrated through the defense shield of the stronghold and hit the surface of the blue shield like a storm. Lightning arcs as thick as dragons were created, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the shield. The quadrangular, cone-shaped land torpedo missiles left the belly of the ship and descended from the sky, drilling into the ground, trying to penetrate the base's protective shield from the ground. However, the base had also set up defensive measures underground, so they could only see the ground around the protective shield fluctuating and bulging like a planet with pimples. When they expanded to the peak, they suddenly exploded. Countless soil and sand mixed with flames and mushroom clouds rose into the sky, and the shock waves swept along the surface of the ground, blowing up dust like a sandstorm. In the command center of the ground base that was shaking nonstop, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The base commander stared at the durability of the energy shield with an anxious tone. "Are the reinforcements not here yet? Commander, the other allied organizations are unwilling to fight the Black Star Corps and have all refused to come to their aid. Only the Modo civilization, which is closest to us, has sent troops and is rushing over through the hyperdrive base station. Damn it, these bastards. Inform all the captains that we must not let the Black Star Corps break through the shield of the base. Once they release a large number of immortals to the surface, we will be finished. Stall their fleet for me." The base commander yelled. Now, the nickname of the players as the Cancer of the Universe had already spread throughout the universe. They were almost the kings of ground warfare. If the battle was maintained in a fleet battle, they could still hold on for a while, but if the immortals broke through the ground defense line, there would only be one result: a one-sided defeat. Facing the Cancer of the Universe that did not fear death, came back from the dead, and disregarded life, no normal soldier would not feel fear. When encountering such an opponent, no matter how many casualties they caused to the enemy, it would be useless. The ground troops had no morale or fighting spirit to speak of. Once they entered a direct battle, it would definitely be a bloody massacre. Not to mention, the Black Star Corps had an army of tens of millions of immortals. Now that they were charging toward the war zone controlled by the Modo civilization, they were like a walking meat grinder. Even most of the agent forces of the Supercluster Alliance hurriedly moved away from the direction of the Black Star Corps because of fear. They did not dare to obstruct the army. Their goal was clear. They were only coming for Modo. No one wanted to waste their forces here. Commander, the energy durability of the base shield has dropped below 20%. 3 energy furnaces have overheated and are expected to break in 11 minutes and 27 seconds. Please give instructions, the operations team leader said in a panicked tone. The base commander looked at the fleet that was retreating, clenched his teeth, and said, "Reserve fleet, prepare to take off at any time and seize air supremacy. Preheat all anti-air turrets and activate all missile silos. As soon as the shield breaks, fire immediately. All mechanized divisions, armor divisions, and supers, get ready for ground combat." A series of orders were issued. The black mass of armored soldiers and vehicles quickly got into position and looked up at the space battlefield. From time to time, the sound of soldiers swallowing nervously could be heard in the communication channel. Amidst the tense atmosphere, time ticked away in the fierce battle. A day felt like a year. Under the horrified gazes of the soldiers in the base, the blue shield above their heads suddenly shattered, exploding into light dust that filled the sky. The next moment, a series of whistling sounds could be heard. Whoosh! Airdrop cabins with shields passed through the interweaving firepower of the empty turrets and crashed into various locations of the base, burning with white smoke. The hatch slid open, and teams of fully armed Grade B players stepped on the ground and charged toward the ground troops. The rapidly approaching immortals were like devils in the eyes of the base soldiers. They all gathered their courage and charged forward with a roar. Boom! 2 torrents of steel collided on the ground. Grade B was already the backbone of the universe. The moment they came into contact, more than 100,000 players destroyed the defense lines of the armored divisions on the ground like they were dried twigs and smashed through them in a mighty manner. The yellow soil that was swept up by the explosions of vehicles and armors rose into the sky. The waves formed by the players swallowed soldiers one after another, drowning the positions made of steel and flesh, causing huge casualties. It was not that there were no players who were killed, but the troops of the base watched as every player that they killed with all their might was revived on the battlefield the next moment. Their efforts were completely futile. An aura of despair spread in the hearts of every soldier, and the seeds of fear bloomed and condensed into the deepest nightmare. Very soon, the first soldier whose mentality collapsed appeared and fled in panic. This was like a signal, and more soldiers fled in all directions. The entire line collapsed. They're devils. This is a battle that we're bound to lose. Run. I don't want to die for nothing. Desperate cries sounded in the communication channel, and the defense forces of the base quickly collapsed. The base commander wanted to go in a battle to boost morale, but a cannon master sniped him with a super long-range concentrated solid energy bullet and turned him into ashes. At this time, a light flashed in space not far from the planet, and the Modo civilization support fleet appeared at the jump point. Seeing this, they immediately knew that there was nothing they could do. We're too late. They've already been attacked by the cancer of the universe. There's no saving them. Without another word, the captain ordered the fleet to immediately turn around and turn into streams of light to escape. He was very decisive in his cowardice. Bang! Someone slammed the conference table. Tell me, how do we solve the problem of the Black Star Corps? The commander of the Modo civilization's expedition fleet, Roddick, was furious. His roar echoed throughout the conference room. Before the war, due to the Supercluster Alliance's help, the Black Star Corps could not attack the Modo civilization's territory alone. Now that the Supercluster civilizations could not even take care of themselves, it was the best time to act. This was supposed to be the proxy war stage, and the Supercluster civilizations should have stayed put and watched the situation. However, due to the Black Star Corps' attack, Only the Moto civilization had to enter the battlefield in advance. They lost the right to watch and became the member in the worst situation among all the supercluster civilizations. Most of the allies we recruited are unwilling to fight the Black Star Corps head-on, so we can only resist them personally. We can't let them enter our territory. The other supercluster civilizations will more or less provide help. They won't sit back and watch our defense line be broken so easily. Even if they help, their support is limited. They can't lose sight of us. Plus, the Black Star Corps' public goal is very clear. They're only targeting us. The others are also worried that if they interfere too much, they'll drag the Black Star Corps down with them, so they'd rather sacrifice us to stall them. Everyone discussed softly. The atmosphere was gloomy. If it was a normal armed organization, it would not be a big problem. After all, the Moto civilization was a supercluster civilization. Its armed forces were still very strong. However, the intensity of the war was limited. The role of supers was very important, and the immortals of the Black Star Corps were too shameless. Even if they could hold them back for a while, they would not be able to withstand the casualties. This reality made everyone's heart heavy. We can only let the immortals deal with the immortals. We've also recruited many immortal organizations. As long as we give them enough money, maybe we can send them to fight against the Black Star Corps? Lagos suggested. That's the only way now. Letting the normal supers that they had painstakingly cultivated fight against the players was a huge loss. Only the immortals were the most suitable to deal with the immortals. Roddick's expression was gloomy. Unfortunately, it's not a permanent solution. If we want to get out of this situation, we have to let the Black Star Corps retreat. Then what should we do? Should we make peace with the Black Star? That's impossible. Roddick shook his head decisively. Only by killing Black Star himself can the Black Star Corps fall apart. Unfortunately, we can't do that at all. Let's change our direction. As long as we cause some trouble for Black Star, so that he doesn't have time to care about us, that's fine too. You have a plan? Not yet. Lagos shook his head. However, I might have a way to deal with Black Star. Chapter 1163. Roddick's eyes flashed, and he said, "Tell me what you think. What weaknesses do you think Black Star has?" Lagos looked around. Hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Black Star's strength is shocking, his body is tough, his foundation is huge, and his prestige is top-notch. Roddick's expression was not good. I can't think of any weaknesses. In other words, what does Black Star care about? His army? But we can't shake his foundation. His mother planet? It's heavily protected, and we don't have a chance to attack him. Plus, such a small problem isn't enough to make Black Star worry about himself. His officers? As far as I know, the important members of the Black Star Corps are all equipped with teleportation devices similar to the multidimensional sky opening transportation device. It can't be blocked, and it won't work to threaten Black Star. As for the other things, Black Star doesn't seem to care much about them. The more Roddick spoke, the more desperate he became. In his opinion, unless the upper echelons surrounded Black Star without caring about the casualties, there was nothing they could do about him. Lagos shook his head. Black Star is indeed strong, but don't exaggerate too much. Get rid of the shadow in our hearts and re-examine him. There are actually some ways to achieve our goal. We can split it into two routes, direct and indirect. Roddick had a glimmer of hope. In the past few years in the free competition zone, Black Star had become a huge problem for him. He could not wait to ask. Hurry up and tell me. The direct route is very simple. Start with Black Star himself. Although we can't wipe out his physical body, his soul isn't as tough as the indestructible body. Hearing this, Roddick was immediately discouraged. So what? Even if Black Star's mental strength is relatively weak, it's not something we can target. At the very least, only peak beyond graders are qualified. No. Take a look at this file. Lagos swiped the virtual screen with his finger and released a confidential file. Riddick looked over and mumbled to himself. Marwell's project file, project number -023, project name, Soul Swap Twins. What is this? This is a top-secret document sent to me by the upper echelons not long ago. I don't know much about the Marwell project, but according to the description of the upper echelons, this project is one of the secret plans of the civilization to cultivate special talents. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone nodded one after another, and they weren't surprised, because they coveted the position of the overlord of the three universal civilizations. The supercluster civilizations had always known how to hide their trump cards and had formulated many plans to secretly cultivate special talents. After the tragedy of the Pinnacles, there were even more such plans. Some of the direct, beyond grade, as hidden in the secondary dimensions, were the products of different secret cultivation plans. This was considered a semi-public secret among the advanced civilizations. The three universal civilizations also knew about it, but they did not know the details of the various plans. You're saying that these two can deal with Black Star? Roddick expressed strong doubts. That's impossible. These twins aren't even beyond grade as. How can they hurt Black Star? You've also subconsciously misunderstood. Beyond grade as aren't the only ones who can hurt beyond grade as. Although these twins are weak, they're the only ones who can use a special universal treasure, and this universal treasure belongs to the category of space wonders. It has miraculous effects on the soul and has never appeared before. It might work on Black Star. Roddick hesitated for a while before clenching his teeth. Since there's no other way, let's ask the upper echelons to send these twins over to help. What's the other indirect route you mentioned? The indirect route is to target the people around Black Star. Looking at his experience so far, there are very few people he cares about. Among them, his relationship with the Dragon Emperor is more subtle. If something happens to the Dragon Emperor, he might be able to temporarily put down everything he has on hand and restrain the Black Star Corps. Roddick was shocked. Why would the Dragon Emperor be the target? Officers like Hela are heavily protected. In comparison, the Dragon Emperor has a higher chance. Didn't you say that Black Star gave special teleportation devices to the people he cares about? There's no way the Dragon Emperor isn't prepared. How do we deal with her? When I said deal with her, I didn't mean killing her with force. After all, she's a beyond grade A and won't be easy to deal with. Lagos pondered. But think about it. If the Dragon Emperor suddenly has a huge change in personality and commits a heinous crime, Black Star won't turn a blind eye to it. Right? You're saying I have two plans. The first is to let the soul-swap twins plot against the Dragon Emperor and twist her thoughts. The success rate of this will be higher than dealing with Black Star directly. The second is to find a way to put the Dragon Emperor in a whirlpool and make everyone angry, such as violating the peace treaty and massacring civilians. This way, Black Star will have no choice but to divert his attention. There's no need to talk about the first plan. What about the second plan? It could be framing or baiting the Dragon Emperor into going crazy. According to the data, she has a very obvious weakness. Lagos' eyes flickered. We'll have to plan for the specifics. Hearing this, Roddick's eyes sparkled. This sounds quite reliable. Of all the war zones in the 4-star clusters, the Ferdinand star system war zone in the Emerald star cluster was the most eye-catching. The reason was that the Black Star Corps tore through the outer defense line formed by the proxy organizations and headed straight for the Modo civilization's important territory in the Central Ring area. Although the Black Star Corps said that they were only targeting the Modo civilization, the Army's current actions had already had a huge impact on the overall war situation in the Emerald Star Cluster. The outer defense circle formed by the Supercluster Alliance had a gap opened. With the Black Star Corps' attack direction as the breakthrough point, a large number of organizations on the side of the three universal civilizations chose to follow the Army and try to enter the Modo civilization's territory through the gap, which was one of the central areas of the Supercluster Alliance. The Supercluster Alliance tried to fill the gap, but they could only send reinforcements. No matter how unwilling the proxy organizations were, they had to stop the advance of the three universal civilizations' forces led by the Black Star Corps. The Modo civilization had no choice but to send out a part of their regular army to cooperate with the Northern Battlefront and other player guild alliances to stop the Black Star Corps, barely keeping them on the battlefront between Star Zones 5 and 7. This battlefront had become the whirlpool of war in the Emerald Star Cluster, attracting a large number of armed fleets and turning it into a meat grinder. The Ferdinand Star System's battlefront had become the most intense area of the battle. The war in the flickering world was in full swing, and the three universal civilizations did not stay idle. They issued measures to impose sanctions on all the supercluster civilizations in multiple areas, starting to erode the national strength of the various supercluster civilizations from political, economic, and other aspects so that they could not focus on the war. Therefore, a large number of the Germinal Financial Group's business personnel boarded the fleets returning to the explored universe and headed to the various star fields. In the spaceship Enterprise, the current vice president of the Germinal Financial Group looked out of the window, his eyes reflecting the beautiful exhaust flames of the fleets. Unknowingly, it's been more than 20 years, he touched the mustache on his lips, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. The scene of him being half-forced by Black Star was still vivid in his mind. Many years had passed in the blink of an eye, and Enterprise had already turned from a young man with some business talent to a shrewd and experienced middle-aged businessman. His position had also been promoted to CEO. At first, he was unwilling, but later, he took things as they came. Then, for the sake of promotion, he worked hard to improve his performance. Now, he was already used to working for the Army and working hard to obtain benefits for the Army. Every time he thought of the past, Enterprise felt like he was dreaming. He was originally just the head of a small financial group, but he never thought that he would become an important officer under the Black Star Corps and step onto the top stage of the universe. Seizing the opportunity to shake the economic stability of an advanced civilization, not only earning huge profits, but also influencing the situation of the universe. This was one of the top achievements of a galactic businessman. Those who could do this were all business giants in the universe. If not for Black Star, this guide, he would probably only be able to make a name for himself in a small pond in a star system. He would not be able to imagine his current life. Speaking of gratitude to Black Star, there was indeed a little, but Enterprise was more lamenting about how his fate had changed. At this time, the secretary walked in with a virtual document in his hand. Vice President, the Limitless Financial Group has drafted a cooperation agreement and needs your signature. Bring it over. Enterprise stopped thinking, quickly glanced at the terms of the document, and signed his name. He remembered that he had a mission on this trip, cooperating with the Limitless Financial Group to get a share of the economic sanctions was only the surface reason. There were two real missions. One was to focus on attacking Moto in the economic field, and the other was to help the intelligence personnel hide and monitor the movement of the supercluster civilization's resources and army. The lifeline of the Superstar Cluster Alliance in maintaining the war was logistics. If they did not receive a steady stream of support, the troops in the free competition zone will be nothing more than a lone army that was bound to lose. Therefore, the Army commander privately gave him a mission to figure out the transportation lines of these civilizations through the resource movements of the Superstar Cluster civilizations. As long as he could control or cut off the transportation lines of the Supercluster Alliance, the troops in the free competition zone would just be a bunch of turtles in a jar. After more than 20 years of contact, the image of Han Xiao in his mind was one of foresight. He knew very well that his army commander was setting up a trap, and he was just one of the chess pieces that needed to be placed in the right position. On the other hand, in the Black Star Corps frontline exploration base, a group of players gathered in a private room. It was crowded and noisy. "We've been here for almost 20 minutes. Why did you call us over? Were you guys also informed by Philip?" "Yeah, I wonder why we're here." Many of the players were discussing. Everyone present had just arrived at the exploration base and was preparing to join the next fleet to attack the Moto civilization. However, when they arrived at the base, they suddenly received a notification from Philip telling them to wait in this room. This situation was usually a sign that a mission was about to be triggered. Not many people rejected it, and most of them came. There were about 2,000 people in the room now. Most of them were veteran players who had joined the army early on, and so were even members of certain Chinese club guilds. Just as everyone was chattering away, a strange sound suddenly rang out in the room. Hum! A virtual projection appeared in front of the crowd, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Many of them widened their eyes in surprise. Black Star, the projection that appeared in front of everyone, was Han Xiao. Han Xiao looked around, looked at the curious faces, and nodded in greeting. Everyone, I'm the one who informed you to come here. You're all veterans who have been with the army for many years. You're all trustworthy. I've chosen you out of everyone. I have a secret mission that I hope you can carry out. Hearing this, everyone present could not help but widen their eyes. Were players who were specially chosen by the army commander? Ah, the scent of a hidden mission. What do you want us to do? A bold player in the crowd shouted excitedly. Han Xiao smiled. I need you all to be spies. Then, he issued the secret mission that he had written long ago to the players present. Everyone's eyes lost focus, and they looked like they were looking at the interface. Many foreign clubs had planted spies here, and Han Xiao was prepared to give them a taste of their own medicine. He sent some army players to pretend to join those guild alliances to gather information, while also planting spies in the Modo civilization to investigate the transportation route. For this reason, he would conceal the fact that these players had served in the army and cleanse their identities. This was a piece of cake for a beyond grade of virtual mechanic. Investigating the transportation route was not to completely destroy the Modo civilization's hope, but to better encircle them and attack their reinforcements. He grasped the Modo civilization's determination that they would not give up on the flickering world so easily. As long as they could survive, the Modo civilization would continue to invest troops into this meat grinder. Not only would this satisfy his mission requirements, but it would also keep the Black Star Corps involved. After all, if Modo was gone, the Black Star Corps would have no reason to intervene in the war. This was only one part of his strategy. Han Xiao was secretly planning in many ways, preparing to weave a huge net to cover the Modo civilization and make them the prey on the spider's web. For this, he even secretly contacted an old friend that he had not interacted with for a long time, a dangerous sociopath, a powerful demagogue, and a useful tool in his mind, Rosalind. It was not difficult for him to imagine what kind of changes would occur within the Modo civilization after using such a powerful weapon. Chapter 1164. In a certain star field of the explored universe, on the colonial planet of a certain star system civilization, in a rented temporary stronghold, the upper echelons of the Silver Revolutionary Army gathered. Most of them had gloomy expressions. Although the competition in the flickering world has caused the situation of the universe to change, our efficiency in promoting our program is far from what we expected. It can even be said that our progress has stagnated. The current leader of the Silver Revolutionary Army, Edmund, frowned. Originally, the Silver Revolutionary Army had predicted the conflict in the flickering world and wanted to take the opportunity to strengthen their army. However, although the conflict had broken out, spreading their ideology was not as easy as they thought. A bespectacled man pushed his glasses and said, "According to the research, the popularity of the 3 universal civilizations in the entire universe is 1174, 1% higher than the prediction of the mathematical model for the same period. In other words, the 3 universal civilizations are more popular than predicted during this period. The turmoil in the flickering world should have allowed the galactic residents to see the 3 universal civilizations' domineering way of maintaining their dominance, but did not significantly worsen the image of the 3 universal civilizations as predicted. How did that happen? According to calculations, the source of the deviation in reality is the intelligent plague incident that happened not long ago. This disaster caused countless galactic residents to feel fear, and the 3 universal civilizations' response was very timely. It only took them half a year to resolve this extremely threatening universal crisis, allowing the galactic residents to see the execution of the 3 universal civilizations' authority. Thus, the people's hearts were aligned. Black Star played an important role in this. It can be said that if not for Black Star's contribution and the Mecha Empire's ambition attracting hatred, the three universal civilizations would have definitely lost a lot of people's support in the conflict in the flickering world. Now, their foundation is very stable. Hearing this, the upper echelons of the Silver Revolutionary Army present could not help but have bitter expressions. The conflict in the flickering world was supposed to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for development, but now it seemed that this opportunity could no longer reach their expectations. The effect was at least 90% lower than what they had expected. Without this opportunity, everyone suddenly felt that their future was bleak. Many of them cursed their bad luck and blamed the intelligent plague for ruining their plans, causing them to lose the right time and place. What they did not know was that the intelligent plague was an important event for their rise in their previous life, but now, due to the butterfly effect created by Black Star, it became a huge obstacle to their development. Edmund turned to look at the dignified lady leaning on the sofa not far away. "Minter, what do you think?" Everyone looked over anxiously. Although they were all higher-ups, they all knew that Rosalind was their spiritual pillar. Rosalind swirled her wine glass and glanced at everyone with a faint smile. She said nonchalantly, "Since the development is blocked, then let's take it slow. A person's heart is like smoke, and it changes unpredictably. The support now can turn into hostility in the future. Be patient." "This," someone said hesitantly. "You don't have a way to solve this problem?" Rosalind covered her mouth and laughed. "Huh, do you think that I am omnipotent? The general trend is irresistible. I can only go with the flow and continue to hibernate. What can I change by myself?" With that, Rosalind stood up and walked in front of everyone with a faint smile. "Anyway, it's hard to develop now, so I plan to find some time to do something else. Black Star sent me a message not long ago, saying that he needs me to do something for him." Everyone was shocked. "You're still in contact with Black Star?" Edmund was surprised. "Why not?" Rosalind shrugged nonchalantly. "After all, I was an officer under him for a while, and he didn't stop me from leaving. I owe him a favor." Edmund's expression became serious, and he said with a deep voice, "What we're doing now is going against the three universal civilizations." "Who is Black Star?" "He's an important ally of the three universal civilizations." "How do you keep in contact with him?" "To be exact, Black Star contacted me one-sidedly." Rosalind did not care. Plus, he already knew what we were going to do. He probably thinks we're a joke. Edmund's expression was serious. He paced around the room twice and asked hesitantly, "What does Black Star want you to do?" "He want me to go to the Modo civilization and use my ability to intensify social conflicts." Rosalind clicked her tongue. "He really trusts my ability." One of the upper echelons of the Silver Revolutionary Army was shocked. "It can't be. Not only did Black Star not expose our actions, he even ordered you to incite social conflicts in an advanced civilization? Isn't he a great man who cares about the civilians?" Rosalind smiled playfully. "How can a man who built such a huge foundation in decades be as kind as the news says? It's just that he knows how to maintain his image and leave the dirty work to others. Now, it's my turn to do the work." Then, without waiting for anyone to answer, she pushed the door open and left the room. Black Star's request to her was to incite internal conflicts in the Modo civilization as much as possible, and she was free to do the rest. Rosalind already had a vague idea of what to do. In her opinion, the Modo civilization was a federation of three main races, so it might be very suitable to implant the idea of division. Speaking of which, she originally planned to change the fate of the three universal civilizations and see the supercluster civilization as a potential supporter. She did not expect to turn around and change the fate of a supercluster civilization. Rosalind did not mind this. Unlike most of the upper echelons of the Silver Revolution, she did not have the belief that she had to achieve great things. To her, dealing with the three universal civilizations, or dealing with the supercluster civilization, was just a challenge in her eyes. A sociopath like her who only wanted to see the world in chaos did not care about adding another opponent. In an asteroid belt somewhere in the explored universe, the secret base of the Assassin Society. Ding ding dang dang. Hundreds of assassin apprentices in training uniforms were practicing in the open-air training ground. Only the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. On the stands of the training ground, a few mentors stood with their arms crossed, supervising the training of the apprentices. Hair stood at the front with an indifferent gaze. It had been about 20 years since Han Shao ordered him to secretly form the Assassin Society. Over the years, he had left a terrifying record in the black market and secretly recruited many killers and assassins. He was also constantly training new people. Now, the organization had already reached a certain scale. Beep beep. At this time, his communicator suddenly rang. Hair glanced at it, turned around, and left. Stop training. Gather everyone, prepare the spaceship, and get ready to depart. The officers put down their hands with curious expressions. Where are we going? Mission to Moto. Hair's words were concise, and he disappeared into the tunnel. He was not interested in power at all. He always remembered that the organization he established was a sharp blade hidden in the dark by Black Star, stabbing toward the target that Black Star pointed at. Primeval Star River, in a secret military base in the Moto civilization. Ta-ta-ta. Heavy footsteps sounded in the corridor outside the door, slowly approaching. With a gotcha sound, the door opened with a loud bang. Dazzling light shone in, piercing through the pitch-black darkness. A group of soldiers stood at the door, and only their silhouettes could be seen against the light. The leading officer spoke with an emotionless voice. Soul Swap Twins, we have a mission. As soon as he said that, there was no response, only dead silence. However, the silence did not last long. A rustling sound came from a corner where the light could not reach, and a humanoid figure shrouded in shadow and fog walked out of the darkness. On his shoulder was a figure the size of a baby, also shrouded in shadow. Only a pair of blood-red eyes could be seen on the two of them. It was impossible to tell what species they were. Clearly, they had undergone some kind of mutation, and only their size could tell the difference. These two were the Soul Swap Twins. The one with a normal size was the older one, and the one with a baby-sized body was the younger one. Did Moto allow us to go out again? The younger brother on his shoulder asked. His voice was as hoarse as that of a dying old man. Seeing the two of them, the officer said with a deep voice, "Old rules. Come on board with us immediately. You can only use the Soul Swapper when we arrive at the mission location." Humph, who are we going to deal with this time? The taller one said with a sharp voice, filled with resentment. Black Star. Hearing this name, the twins looked at each other, and an inexplicable fluctuation flashed across their eyes. There was no nervousness in their eyes. Instead, there was a hint of excitement and greed, as if they had suddenly discovered a treasure. This time, the officer took out a magic bead and said, "The target this time has a prophecy ability. This magic bead is engraved with a top-tier aura-concealing magic circuit, where on your body, and it can effectively interfere with and mislead the prophecy ability. The other party will not be able to accurately predict the details related to the two of you." After giving out the magic bead, the soldiers immediately walked forward and brought the Soul Swap Twins out of the room. Every soldier's face was tense, and they subconsciously quickened their pace. It was obvious that they wanted to bring the Soul Swap Twins onto the spaceship as soon as possible. Before coming into contact with that space wonder called the Soul Swapper, the Soul Swap Twins were also quite dangerous. They were locked up in prison most of the time. Although the Soul Swap Twins' grade was not high, other people would have more and more hallucinations if they came into contact with them for a long time. Perhaps because of this mutation, the twins were the only ones qualified to use the Soul Swapper. Furthermore, both of them had to be present at the same time to activate this special space wonder-type universal treasure. At the same time, on floating Dragon Island in the Shattered Star Ring, Aesop suddenly raised his head and looked out of the window with shock. The next moment, Aesop closed his eyes and activated his ability. His thoughts seemed to have passed through many dimensions and locked onto the territory of the Moto civilization. The alarm came from the Moto civilization. What did they do? They seem to have used a concealment device. My senses are very blurry, and I can't see the specific possibilities of the future. Aesop frowned, feeling a little uneasy. Chapter 1165. In the Army Commander's office in the Black Star Palace, a bright star-mapped sand table was suspended 1 meter above the ground. The blue light illuminated Han Zhao's face. This star-mapped sand table was a miniature map of the explored universe. 2 areas were lit up. One was the free competition zone of the flickering world, and the other was the Modo civilization's territory in the primeval Star River. In these 2 areas, there were scattered light spots. Above each light spot floated a portrait or an organization emblem, representing the identity of each light spot. Lothair, Rosalind, Interpius, and so on were among them. Han Xiao slowly walked around the sand table, casually pointing the light spots representing Rosalind and Lothair to the Modo civilization's territory. He muttered to himself, "Lothair and Rosalind are already in position. Interpius will be here soon with the Germinal Financial Group." This scene was like a chess player using the star map as the chessboard and the organizations under him as the chess pieces, setting up an encirclement and annihilation against the Modo civilization. Because of the Development Union Agreement, as well as the glorious image the 3 universal civilizations had deliberately created for him, he could not personally participate. Therefore, outside of the open crossfire in the free competition zone, if he wanted to do something secretly, he would need some people to do the dirty work. This time, Han Xiao had formulated an attack plan with the military and economic fields as the core. The direct battle was very simple. Encircle the enemy and exhaust the Modo civilization's armed forces and resources. There was nothing much to say in this regard. The economic field was also the highlight. Taking advantage of the war, sanctions, and other opportunities to shake the Modo civilization's domestic economy, there would definitely be a large number of financial groups and enterprises going bankrupt. His Germinal Financial Group, along with the Limitless Financial Group and other business giants, would enter the fray and hunt these assets, sucking the blood of the Modo civilization. The partners that Han Xiao found for the Germinal Financial Group were not limited to the Limitless Financial Group. Now, the Black Star Corps was a huge community of interests, and Han Xiao had a lot of connections with the heads of financial groups. He contacted a bunch of people and proposed similar cooperation requests from the 2 sides of the 3 universal civilizations and the Black Star Corps. Faced with such a rare opportunity, not many financial groups would refuse to participate in the hunt against the Modo civilization. With his current influence and status, even if he stayed in the Black Star Palace and did not move, he would still be able to leverage a terrifying amount of resources. The chain reaction caused by this might not be able to regress the overall economy of the Modo civilization by many years, but would most likely hurt their vitality. At the same time, the Germinal Financial Group and its many partners could also make a lot of money from this. This feels more and more like the mastermind behind the scenes. Han Xiao smiled and pondered. Now, only the last step is left. The surveillance of the Shattered Star Ring is also to find the transportation route. The Shattered Star Ring was connected to the flickering world. If the Supercluster Alliance wanted to send reinforcements and supplies to the flickering world, they would have to pass through the Shattered Star Ring. The Shattered Star Ring was their main backline, and the army had eyes everywhere. As long as they monitored the movements of the Supercluster Alliance's fleet, they would be able to find the transportation route. The Supercluster Alliance definitely knew this and would definitely use all kinds of methods to conceal their fleet. To them, maintaining the concealment of the transportation route was the key to deciding the outcome of the war. Sylvia and Haluz have both been transferred to the flickering world. The person with the highest position in the Shattered Star Ring now is Lagi. I don't trust him. Han Xiao shivered and decided to change the person in charge as soon as possible. Hela and Sylvia can't be transferred back for the time being. Nero's already grown up. It's time for him to take on more responsibilities. The Shattered Star Ring was the headquarters of the Black Star Corps, and the position of the Dragon Head had already been stabilized. It was not difficult to monitor the movements of the Supercluster Alliance. Nero could be in charge and train this kid. Nero was at the prime of his life, and he already had the ability. He only lacked some experience. Han Shao had always hoped to nurture Nero into a talent that could take charge of everything. Putting aside their relationship, Nero was also a high-level protagonist-type character with shocking potential. He was worth nurturing as a core member. If he could nurture a better tool than Sylvia, that would be for the best. That way, he would not have to worry about it. After all, Nero was a man and did not have to worry about his hairline. He also had various fatigue resistance and strong liver, so he could be used to death. Right, Aesop is good at finding people. I can ask him to be Nero's temporary assistant. Han Shao stroked his chin, and this thought flashed through his mind. Having an old man at home was like having a treasure. Getting Aesop to help would not only increase the chances of finding the Supercluster Alliance's transportation route, but it would also allow Aesop to impart his precious life experience to Nero, killing two birds with one stone. However, he did not know if Aesop would be willing to help. The old man had been idling on Floating Dragon for decades, and he should be more than happy to find something for him to do. Beep beep. Just as he was thinking about this, his communicator rang. Han Shao took a look, and his mouth twitched. Speaking of Aesop, Aesop is here. Did that old man predict that I'm going to look for him again and made a move first? Han Shao thought to himself and picked up the call. Old man, you knew that I was going to look for you again. I have something else to talk to you about. Aesop did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I foresee a crisis from the Moto civilization. They might be up to something soon, and it should be directed at you. You have to be careful. They used a concealment device, so I can't get a clear prediction. Oh, got it. Han Shao nodded and did not find it strange. Since they were already targeting him, the Moto civilization would definitely do something to try and salvage the situation. Even without Aesop's reminder, he knew that the Moto civilization would definitely retaliate. It would not be strange for them to use a concealment device. After all, he still had the identity of a prophet. You'd better be careful. Although I can't get a clear prediction, I have a bad feeling about it, Aesop emphasized. All right, I'll pay attention. Han Shao quickly recalled the various trump cards that the Moto civilization had exposed in his previous life and guessed the various possibilities that they would use to deal with him. As long as you take it seriously. You said you were looking for me? Aesop changed the topic. Hearing this, Han Shao then explained his intention of inviting Aesop to show him. Inviting me? I have no objections, but I'll have to ask Ames. If she's not afraid that I'll take the opportunity to run away, then I'm fine with it. Aesop thought about it and did not reject. He had been cooped up in Floating Dragon for decades, and he had also entrusted Ames to Black Star. He had found a good home for his daughter and had nothing to worry about. Therefore, his thrill-seeking soul was itching for action again. I'll find a time to talk to her. Han Shao smiled. Although he had a close relationship with Ames, he still had to politely greet her if he wanted to borrow someone from Floating Dragon. After talking for a while and reaching a consensus, Han Shao turned off the communicator, sized up the star map's sand table, and nodded with satisfaction. This way, the plan was basically complete. He did not need to interfere anymore. He only needed to wait for the chess pieces to act and let things develop according to plan. Han Shao opened the interface and took a look. More than half of version 4.0 is already over. According to my current experience accumulation efficiency, the experience I've accumulated will be enough for me to reach level 340 and complete the next level of promotion. He had originally accumulated enough experience, but because of the battle with the Mecha Empire, he had converted his experience into awakening points and added close to 10,000 intelligence. Now that some time had passed, his experience was slowly accumulating again. He had already added the God's trait transformation points that the 4 new universal treasures had brought him. Now that his God's trait transformation had reached the 9th level, the bonuses were considerable. As long as he obtained one more God's trait transformation point, he would be able to trigger another substantial enhancement every 5 levels. According to Han Zhao's estimation, when he reached level 340, raised his God's trait transformation mechanic path to level 10 and above, obtained a few powerful talents from the Cundy race mission, and created some new mechanical universal treasures, he should be able to suppress the Mecha Empire. At that time, even if the Mecha Empire did not provoke him, he would still fight with the Mecha Empire and rewrite the tie record. As the days passed, the battle in the free competition zone became more and more intense. Under a chain reaction, the entire universe was in chaos. The three universal civilization sanctions on the supercluster civilizations were extremely strong. The supercluster civilizations were all resisting the pressure, and there were various negative reactions in their countries. Among them, the Moto civilization situation was the worst. Not only did they suffer heavy losses from the Black Star Corps in the free competition zone, but their country was also gradually becoming chaotic. Assassinations occurred frequently, and those who were killed were all famous and successful people from all walks of life. This caused the people to panic, and it also seemed like someone was deliberately inciting negative thoughts, causing social conflicts to become more and more intense. At the same time, their economy was also affected to a certain extent. A large number of enterprises went bankrupt, and a large number of people lost their jobs. Even if the supercluster civilizations were large and powerful, it was impossible for them not to suffer losses after being robbed by a large group of galactic financial groups. If it were any other time, with the power of the Black Star Corps, it would be impossible for the Moto civilization to be in such a sorry state. However, the three universal civilizations were the main force of the sanctions, and the Moto civilization was in a terrible state. This environment provided Han Xiao with the best opportunity to cause trouble. In just 3 months, the Supercluster Alliance had tasted the taste of deep water. However, without caring about the cost, the overall war in the free competition zone actually gained some advantages, except for the war zone where the Moto civilization was located. One day, 3 months after the conflict between the two sides officially broke out, a fleet without the symbol of an organization arrived in the Shattered Star Ring through the Interstar Field Stargate. It was a secret fleet that was specially sent to transport the Soul Swap twins. Happy New Year, all the best. Chapter 1166. In the current universe, the conflict in the flickering world was seen as the Superstar Cluster Alliance's first resistance to the hegemony of the three universal civilizations. After a few months of fermenting, the Galactic Society gave this event an official name, the Flickering War. For the Flickering War, the Supercluster Alliance had been preparing for decades. During the first to third exploration phases, they had constantly sent stowaways into the star field to build secret stargates. Previously, when the three universal civilizations were busy dealing with the intelligent plague, the Supercluster Alliance had been secretly preparing war resources, avoiding eyes and ears, building hidden warehouses in different desolate universe belts, and even building secret military communication networks. Now, all the hidden hands were connected. The Supercluster Alliance had built secret transportation networks to transport blood to the flickering world, and the secret troops that transported the Soul Swap twins had arrived at the Shattered Star Ring through a secret stargate. They did not leave any records in public stargates. In the temporary detention room of the main ship, the Moto Civilization's Expedition Fleet Overseer Lagos was communicating with the Soul Swap twins and giving them the mission. Your mission target is Aesop Herrick, the adoptive father of the Dragon Emperor and the current special consultant of the Black Star Corps. Didn't the higher-ups send us here to deal with Black Star? Why did they change targets? The older brother of the Soul Swap twins asked. This is the plan to deal with Black Star. Aesop is a key figure. He's very important to the Dragon Emperor, and Black Star has a special relationship with the Dragon Emperor. We can use this method to make Black Star shift his attention away from us and withdraw the Black Star Corps. Lagos said with a deep voice. Over the past few months, he and the upper echelons of the Exploration Army had analyzed the pros and cons time and time again before finally choosing the indirect route. This battle plan had been approved by the General Staff. According to Moto's current situation, if they wanted Black Star to stop, they would have to make Black Star fall into another whirlpool. The Moto civilization also knew of Aesop's name. This long-lived species had extremely strong prophecy abilities and was very difficult to deal with. However, in comparison, directly dealing with a beyond grade, it was more difficult, so the success rate of dealing with Aesop was relatively higher. Furthermore, it was precisely because Aesop's prophecies were so powerful that they had to be purged. Over the past few months, Aesop and Nero had been searching the Shattered Star Ring and had already discovered the locations of many of the Supercluster Alliance's transport routes, causing quite a lot of losses. If not for the fact that the Black Star Corps only targeted the Moto civilization on the surface and could only accidentally injure the other supercluster civilizations, the impact on the war situation would have been even greater. Although Nero's luck played a huge role in this, in the eyes of the supercluster civilization, it was mainly due to Aesop's prophecy. Therefore, even if they did not need to deal with Black Star, they had to think of a way to deal with Aesop. Now, they could kill two birds with one stone. However, the Soul Swap twins were disappointed. I thought that we would directly attack Black Star. I was happy for nothing. Lagos frowned. If we fail to deal with Black Star, you guys will definitely die. Isn't it safer to deal with Aesop? Hearing this, the Soul Swap twins sneered sarcastically. They were living in darkness. Why would they care about this? Black Star was a pinnacle beyond grade A, so he would definitely not be easy to deal with. However, the two of them did not care about the danger of the operation at all. They only had their eyes on Black Star's huge assets and high status. If they could use the Soul Swapper to occupy Black Star's body, all of this would belong to them. Not only would they obtain freedom, but they would also become the strongest in the universe and take away the power and foundation that Black Star had built over decades. Compared to life and death, the two of them wanted to take this gamble more. However, there was no need to express their thoughts at this time. Tell us, what do you want us to do? The younger of the Soul Swap twins asked with a hoarse voice. Aesop is now the special consultant of the Black Star Corps. The Black Star Corps is heavily guarded and has some kind of special ability to discover enemy targets. Therefore, we will use fake transportation lines as bait to lure the snake out of its hole and find a way to let the two of you come into contact with Aesop. Then, you will use the Soul Swapper to temporarily distort his thoughts and manipulate him into participating in the conflict of a certain civilization. Then, you will deliberately send him to his death and frame that civilization to anger the Dragon Emperor. We will push this matter secretly. You only need to be responsible for your own mission. You don't need to know the other details. Lagos explained in a low voice. Be it for public or private reasons, Aesop had to die and frame his death on a star system civilization that was protected by the peace treaty. This would make the Dragon Emperor hate that civilization, and it would be best if the Dragon Emperor lost control and caused a massacre. This way, the advanced civilizations would have to protect the peace treaty and make the Dragon Emperor the target of public criticism. Even if the Dragon Emperor was not forced to do such a thing, with her personality, she would definitely have a conflict with that civilization. No matter what, the Black Star Corps would definitely turn around and help. They might even have to use force to protect the Dragon Emperor. This way, the Black Star Corps would have another more urgent opponent, and there was a high chance that they would withdraw their troops. Got it. The Soul Swap twins did not comment. This was not the first time the two of them had done something like this, so they were already used to it. Lagos gave a few more instructions before ending the communication. The guard closed the door again, not allowing the two of them to move around freely. The Soul Swap twins looked at each other. They did not need to say anything to understand each other. This was a chance to become free people. After they obtained the Soul Swapper, they would find a way to escape after completing the mission. They were not willing to continue being imprisoned by the Moto civilization as tools. In his office, Han Xiao flipped through the reports of the Shattered Star Ring and looked up at Nero and Aesop's remote projections from time to time. 38 Superstar Cluster Alliance transport fleets discovered. 2 secret transport routes of the Moto civilization and 7 secret transit resource strongholds have been completely destroyed. Daily supplies, weapons, and ammunition have been seized. There are also 11 suspected transport routes of other superstar cluster civilizations being monitored. Well done. After browsing through the report, Han Xiao smiled and praised. It's all thanks to your guidance. Nero touched his head, smiled, and licked his hand. You're now the general manager of the Shattered Star Ring. Don't smile so foolishly. You have to be serious, okay? Han Xiao knocked on the table. Nero's face instantly tensed up. He stopped smiling and put on a serious expression. He was now an adult, but in front of Han Xiao, he had always been very relaxed and unknowingly revealed his childish side, making Han Xiao feel that he had not grown up. However, in the eyes of an elder like him, his child would always be a child who had not grown up. Of course, it could also be because Nero's height made him look very young. This time, Aesop smiled and said, I like this kid. He has a lot of potential. Give him some time, and he will grow into someone who can take charge. Plus, his luck is really not bad. Han Xiao nodded and asked, Have you made any predictions about the Moto civilization recently? Aesop shook his head. It's still that vague sense of danger. 3 months have passed, and they still don't seem to have made a move. Han Xiao turned to look at Nero. Then pay attention to increasing the intelligence gathering. If there's any movement, report to me immediately. During this period of time, he had analyzed the possible plans of the Moto civilization and felt that the chances of them attacking him directly were very low. It was more likely that they would attack the people around him. Thus, he strengthened the defenses around his mother planet and the various officers, especially increasing Philip's surveillance of the entire army. Because most of the intelligence was reported one by one and might not reach him, he lowered the importance of the intelligence that Philip reported directly to him. Although this would cause the number of things he had to deal with to increase exponentially, Han Xiao did not mind being more careful at such a time. By the way, how did you talk to Ames? I'm running around with the Black Star Corps now. Isn't she afraid that I'll find a chance to sneak away? Aesop asked. Oh, she told me to watch over you for her. If you run away, I'll bring you back. Han Xiao smiled. TSK, I knew it. Aesop glared at him. Is she that worried? How can she compare to me in terms of experience? I've eaten more salt than she has rice. Then you must be worried a lot. Han Xiao raised his brows. From your tone, it sounds like you really want to sneak away. I've been under house arrest on Floating Dragon Island for decades. I can't stay here until I die of old age, right? Aesop crossed his arms in front of his chest. To be honest, with you looking after Ames, I'm not worried at all. Therefore, there's no need for me to continue staying here. I'll just treat these years as self-cultivation. It's time for me to continue my journey. Han Xiao did not find it strange. Although Aesop had stayed by Ames' side for decades, to a long-lived species like him, this amount of time was probably like 1 or 2 years in the eyes of a normal person. This old man was a prodigal son who pursued excitement. He could not be tied up in one place forever. Then, why don't you tell Ames directly? If you're honest and reasonable, she definitely won't stop you. No. That way, she won't send people to chase after me. That's so boring. Aesop shook his head repeatedly. There was a hint of if you can catch me, I'll let you have sex with me in his tone. Han Xiao was speechless. He suddenly felt like beating this old man up. Aren't you afraid that I'll be on guard and not let you escape? Haha, I'm going to tell you. You won't stop me. Aesop laughed. I need to maintain some sort of tacit understanding with her, so I need you to help me convey my intentions. Han Xiao understood. Aesop wanted to leave without saying goodbye, so he used him as a mouthpiece. He might even be trying to get back at him. After all, he was the one who had captured Aesop previously. This old man still remembered this matter. He was old and cared about his face. Giving him a heads up in advance and successfully escaping, the two of them would be even. This was one of Aesop's few wicked interests. Then, when are you going to escape? I'm going to finish my last job for you. I'll leave after the flickering war is over. Let's see if you can escape from my grasp at that time. Han Xiao and Aesop looked at each other and smiled. Nero looked left and right at the side and suddenly felt like he was a third party who did not fit in. Han Xiao said a few more words before hanging up. After thinking for a while, he dialed another number and contacted Ames. Halfway through the first ring, the call was picked up. "Yo, busy person. You have time to chat with me again?" Ames's chuckle flowed out of the communicator like a stream. "What have you been doing recently?" Han Xiao smiled. "Studying the knowledge you exchanged for me." Han Xiao had exchanged for an Esper-class knowledge and passed it to Ames. She had been studying it at home. Normal beyond grade, as did not have an interface and could not advance overnight, so they could only study the class knowledge slowly. The two of them chatted for a while, and the topic changed to the recent events. "Black Star, how long do you think the flickering war will last?" Ames was curious. 3 to 5 years at least, 10 to 20 years at most. Han Xiao pondered. The Supercluster Alliance would not give up so easily. In his previous life, the flickering war lasted for quite a long time. The players came into contact with the proxy war at the end of version 4.0, and most of the war zones became the battlefield of the regular army. At that time, the players had already gone offline. This time, with the sudden intelligent plague, the Supercluster Alliance was more prepared and could resist for a longer time. However, with his intervention this time, the battle would be shortened. The two factors affected each other and changed the storyline of his previous life. Han Xiao could not say for sure how long the Supercluster Alliance could last this time. However, the final result was most likely the same as in his previous life. It would still end with the Superstar Cluster Alliance's defeat. This battle was meant to give them a glimmer of hope, a gamble with a very low success rate. However, the Superstar Cluster Alliance still decided to enter. "So long." Ames sighed softly. "I originally wanted to invite you to travel to the secondary dimensions again, but it seems like you won't have the time in the next few years." Again, Han Xiao subconsciously rubbed his waist. "You're not willing?" Ames tilted her head, her long hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall. "Ahem, actually, I'm not that busy. You know that us beyond grade as basically won't participate in the flickering war personally. After we destroy the Moto civilization, I'll be free. At that time, I can take some time to accompany you to the secondary dimensions. I'll take the opportunity to let Aesop slip away." Han Xiao thought to himself. "Then it's settled." Ames' eyes curved as she smiled. Chapter 1167. Somewhere in the Shattered Star Ring, 3 small battleships with the insignia of the Black Star Corps were patrolling in space. The models of the spaceships were all Flash-class shuttles, known for their speed. The responsibility of this team was to track suspicious transport fleets. The Black Star Corps had set up such tracking teams in many star systems in the Shattered Star Ring. In the command room of the leading spaceship, the captain carefully stared at the star map in front of him. The patrol route of the team was marked on it. Once a suspicious fleet was found or a new mission was assigned, it would be displayed on the star map. I heard that traces of a suspicious transport fleet were found in the neighboring star zone 2 days ago. The clues are intermittent, and it seems like we lost track of them. Do you think they will run into our area? An adjutant beside him chatted casually with his colleague. It would be great if they really came here. As long as we can track the suspicious fleet, it will be considered a contribution. We have been patrolling here for a few months, and we have yet to carry out a proper mission. If we are unlucky, who knows when we will be able to make a contribution. The other person's tone was filled with envy. The patrol mission was boring, and the captain did not stop his subordinates from chatting. He had the same thought in his mind. Although he was only a basic member of the army, he had a hard-working heart. As long as he accumulated enough contributions, he would be able to exchange for the elite training qualification of the army. Investing in himself would be beneficial to his promotion. Beep beep. At this time, a red light spot emitting ripples suddenly appeared on the star map, and a notification sounded at the same time. This was a field inspection mission issued by the surveillance department. Usually, it meant that the space buoy had detected a suspicious fleet. The mission is here. The captain's eyes sparkled. The opportunity had come. He immediately ordered the fleet to change direction and head toward the marked coordinates. The 3 spaceships immediately changed direction, and their engines shot out into the depths of the galaxy. After sailing for a while, the team arrived at the target location. They turned on the detection device, and 30 to 40 traces of space folds appeared on the radar. These were traces left behind by high-speed hyperdrive, and each of them represented a spaceship. These traces would disappear with time, but they had not completely disappeared yet. They extended out and pointed out the direction of these dozens of spaceships. A total of 41 hyperdrive traces. It's a small fleet. Follow the traces and catch up, the captain said without hesitation. The team moved forward at full speed, following the traces of the warp jump. After 2 hours of tracking, a barren asteroid came into view. The trail ended here, which meant that the target had exited transition mode. Reporting, the target's tracks have disappeared. He may be temporarily staying on this planet to collect resources, or he may be hiding behind the planet to ambush. Please give us the next step. The adjutant looked at the radar that had no warning and said. The captain pondered for 2 seconds and said, "Ship number 2, scan the surface of the planet. Ship number 3, circle to the back of the planet. Ship number 1, where I am, is on standby. Keep the engine running to ensure that we can evacuate at any time." Got it. The 3 spaceships immediately split up, and it didn't take long for them to come to a conclusion. They found a fleet dock somewhere on the planet. The symbol of the Force on the outer armor represented a local commercial consortium. At this time, they were collecting underground gas resources, and the scale was exactly the same as the number of warp traces. It was the target of the team. Issue a wide area communication request to check their identity code, the captain said. The transport fleets of the Supercluster Alliance used all kinds of methods to cross the ocean, and disguising themselves as troops of other organizations was one of the most common methods. If the Army's tracking team caught up with a suspicious fleet, they would usually ask to check the other party's identity first. If there was a misunderstanding, they would let them go. Normally, checking the identity of a transit fleet was the responsibility of the security team. As a private armed organization, the Black Star Corps did not have this authority. However, fists were power. Now that the Black Star Corps was chasing the transport fleet of the Moto civilization all over the star field, normal organizations would give them face and not ask for trouble. Most of the civilizations in the Shatterstar Ring would not have any opinions and would turn a blind eye to it. Occasionally, when the tracking team encountered the real deal, the enemy would strike first. This was a risk that could not be avoided. Therefore, the tracking team would usually not fight and would always maintain communication with the intelligence department. This way, even if the tracking team was cut off, they could still send back information and let the surveillance department know that the target was an enemy. This time, the tracking team sent a communication request to the transport fleet, but there was no response. The captain immediately became alert. Something's wrong. Prepare to evacuate immediately. Report. However, before he could finish, his mind suddenly went blank, and his vision suddenly became chaotic. This state lasted for a moment before he regained his clarity of mind. However, when he saw the scene in front of him again, his entire body froze, and horror exploded from his heart, instantly destroying his rationality. He saw that his surroundings had become a prison, and his body was firmly locked in a prison cabin, unable to move. He was shocked. I was still in the command room of the Shuttle 1 second ago. How did I suddenly end up here the next? Before he could understand, his head went dizzy again, and the environment around him changed again. He was actually in a transparent glass room, and beside him was a group of enormous black beetles. His eyes passed through the transparent walls of the room, and he was instantly terrified. He saw many giants walking around outside the room, and he could not even see the end of them. He could not see how big these giants were. As far as the eye could see, everything seemed to have become countless times larger. What the hell is this? The captain muttered to himself subconsciously, but he did not hear his own voice. Instead, there was a slight hissing sound. He was slightly taken aback, and he looked down at himself. A chill suddenly rushed to his brain, and he was scared out of his wits. He could not believe what he was seeing. His body had turned into a black beetle, exactly the same as the insects around him. In an instant, he understood something. It was not the world that had become bigger, but he had shrunk. At this moment, an orange-red high-temperature flame fell from the sky, filling the entire glass room, and his mind was frozen in a blazing white. Boom! In just a breath, all the black beetles were burned to ashes. An operator in a white coat moved away the flamethrower used for the experiment, glanced at the residue in the glass box, and made an OK gesture to the captain not far away. The captain nodded and reported to the communication screen. "Commander, the target has been eliminated." In the flagship, the commander of this fleet nodded and turned to look at the scene outside the porthole. Out of the 3 shuttles in outer space, 2 of them had been blown up by their sudden attack and turned into fireworks in space. Only the first shuttle, which was the command ship, was left, and it escaped the scene with a hyperdrive under their deliberate mercy. As for the escaping spaceship, the souls of all the crew members had changed under their bodies. "The plan is going well." The commander nodded lightly and turned to the side. He saw a black crystal mirror floating in midair. It was about 50 centimeters in diameter and less than 3 centimeters thick. The Soul Swap twins were standing in front of the mirror. Their palms were submerged in the mirror up to their wrists. As if they had been swallowed, ripples appeared on the surface of the mirror. This mirror was a wonder-type universal treasure called the Soul Swapper. "That's enough. Stop," the commander yelled. Hearing this, the Soul Swap twins slowly retracted their palms. The soldiers around immediately stepped forward and moved the Soul Swapper away, putting it into an extremely intricate safe, far away from the Soul Swap twins. Seeing this, the Soul Swap twins casually glanced at the mechanical cannons that extended out from the surrounding walls and territory and laughed nonchalantly. These cannons were safety devices to prevent them from doing anything. They were controlled remotely by artificial intelligence, and the Soul Swapper was only effective against the souls of living beings. It was useless against artificial intelligences. Only then did the commander retract his gaze and look in the direction of the shuttles. He said in a low voice, "The men of sacrifice prepared in advance have already entered the enemy's territory. With us as bait, it should be enough to lure them out." A tracking team in the Thousand Light Star system was ambushed while tracking a suspicious fleet. 2 of their spaceships were destroyed on the spot, and only 1 managed to escape. In the Black Star Corps headquarters in the Shattered Star Ring, Nero finished reading the report and looked up at the officers in the room. "Everyone, what do you think?" Mia's tone was decisive. "The situation is very clear. This transport fleet has made a move, so it's basically confirmed that they are from the Supercluster Alliance. Immediately mobilize the troops around the location of the incident to track the target." "I feel that this is a little strange. The troops of the Supercluster Alliance usually don't take any action because their identities will be exposed the moment they engage in battle. Most of the time, they are thinking of ways to get rid of their pursuers. The reason for the encounter is usually because they did not discover their pursuers and accidentally got caught up. However, since they made a move, they shouldn't have left anyone alive." It's the same case. He had learned magic from Lagi for decades. Although his teacher was a salted fish, his talent was just too good. He had also become an upper echelon officer and had a good relationship with Nero. He could be considered one of Nero's subordinates. Maybe the surviving spaceship escaped in time, and the troops of the Supercluster Alliance knew that the information would definitely be leaked. Thus, they did not want to waste time chasing and would rather use the time to escape, Mia guessed. That makes sense as well. Tamar didn't suspect anything. Let's ask the survivors about the specific situation first. Nero thought for a while and instructed his assistant to contact the captain of the surviving spaceship. After a while, the communication screen was connected, and the person on the screen was the captain of the tracking team. "Tell me everything that happened to you. I want to know all the details." The eyes of the captain on the screen flashed, and he nodded. He then revealed an expression of lingering fear and anger as he recounted his experience. The soul under this body had already been replaced by a death warrior prepared by the Moto civilization. The effect of the Soul Swapper was not simply to transfer the souls of the 2 bodies. The soul that was possessed could also inherit most of the memories of the target. After all, the brain of the body was also a memory storage device, just like a library. However, this memory would not naturally merge with the new soul. Instead, it would need to be slowly sorted out and read. Furthermore, there would be some missing parts. Normally, the older the memory, the easier it was to be lost. The more recent the memory, on the other hand, was basically complete. Different souls and bodies would reject each other. Some psychics or espers could also do things like reincarnation and possession, but the success rate was extremely low. Fu Ding and Chun Xing were examples. The soul swapper could greatly increase the success rate of soul transfer. Under normal circumstances, the success rate would be close to 100%. However, it would be affected by the strength of the target and the strength of the user. At the same time, using the soul swapper to complete the soul transfer would greatly reduce the rejection between the body and the soul, and there would not be too strong of a rejection. Soul transfer was only one of the functions of the soul swapper. This thing was extremely mysterious, and it had other functions. After listening to the report, Nero gave a few words of encouragement and was about to end the communication. At this moment, the eyes of the survivor flashed, and he pretended to be angry. We are now the closest troop to the enemy. I hope to continue this mission and pursue them to avenge my comrades. Sure, this request was reasonable, and Nero had no reason to reject it. He hung up the communication, and Tomar spoke again. Nero, since the target knows that their whereabouts have been exposed, they will definitely change their plans. They will no longer head to the transportation route and will escape separately. I suggest we use the second plan. This was not the first time that such a situation had happened. If the transportation team was exposed, they would basically be abandoned. Even if they continued to follow them, they would not be able to find the secret stronghold of the Supercluster Alliance. That's right. Nero turned to Aesop and said with an embarrassed tone, Your Excellency Aesop, I will have to trouble you again. It's fine. Aesop waved his hand and did not mind. The so-called second plan was to borrow Aesop's ability to head to the location of the incident and use the relevant clues as a medium to make a prophecy. He would be able to foresee many future possibilities and obtain more clues. In order to obtain a clearer prophecy, he would need more mediums. This method was very effective. Aesop had not only stayed in the headquarters for the past few months, but had also conducted many field investigations under heavy protection. Using this method, he had found many targets for the Black Star Corps. Nero nodded and said loudly, There's no time to delay. Prepare the spaceship immediately and send Your Excellency Aesop and the guards to the location of the incident. On the other side, in a certain star field, on a certain planet, in a certain base, Manison stood in front of a virtual screen with his hands behind his back. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the content on the screen. This was a secret intelligence report from the primeval Star River base camp. It came from a spy he had planted in the Modo civilization many years ago. There was only a short message written on it. The Soul Swap twins have been transferred out of the base. The Soul Swapper has been taken away from the warehouse by the army. Destination unknown. Soul Swapper, huh? If I'm not wrong, the Modo civilization is using this universal treasure to deal with him. Maybe I can, Manison muttered to himself, an inexplicable light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 1168. A few days later, in the Thousand Light Star system of the Shattered Star Ring, a Black Star Corps fleet sailed out of the Stargate. There were thousands of battleships, and in the middle of the fleet was an extremely eye-catching large flagship. Your Excellency Aesop, we are here. In the command room of the bridge, the leading Calamity Grade officer nodded to Aesop. Then, let's get to work. Aesop stood with his hands behind his back and nodded calmly. Under normal circumstances, Nero would arrange at least 2 Calamity Grade supers among Aesop's bodyguards and at least 1,000 battleships. Furthermore, they were equipped with Black Star's backup mechanical army and Lord's Avatar. In the event of a crisis, they could summon Black Star at any time. The nearby tracking teams have all been transferred over and are searching the area around the incident. There are no results for now, so let's go take a look. Sure, Aesop had no objections. The fleet traveled at high speed, crossing star zones one after another, and they soon arrived at the planet where the battle had occurred. The location where the Supercluster Alliance's transport fleet had stopped had already been occupied by the army soldiers who had arrived a few days ago and treated as the crime scene to protect it. A small shuttle carrying Aesop and the others shot out from the belly of the flagship, passing through the cordon that the army had set up around the planet and landing on the crime scene. The hatch opened, and Aesop, wearing a light protective suit, stepped onto the ground with a bunch of bodyguards around him. There were shallow dents and trenches on the ground in front of him, which were clearly left behind when the battleships had stopped and taken off. Aesop quickly walked over, squatted down, and carefully observed these marks. He touched them from time to time with his hands. After walking around the crime scene, he stopped and closed his eyes as though he had entered meditation. This process lasted for about 2 minutes before Aesop opened his eyes again and clapped his hands. I saw some transport spaceships traveling in the universe. The organization symbol on them has changed to that of other organizations. It should be that the fleet of the Supercluster Alliance has changed into different disguises and escaped in different directions. I will draw the symbols of these organizations for you later. You can investigate the fleets of these organizations in the nearby area. Great! This is a great help. As expected of the Prophet, Your Excellency Aesop, your efficiency is really admirable. It is our honor to be able to receive your help. The fleet commander praised, flattering loudly. It was obvious that he was a disciple of Hardaway. It's just a small matter. Aesop waved his hand. It's just that these mediums are not enough. If you can seize one of the enemy's warships or capture the members of this unit, I can obtain more accurate clues and find their original destination. Don't worry. With your information, it's only a matter of time before we capture them. However, I'll have to trouble you to stay in this area for a while longer. Once we capture the enemy's ship, we'll need you to take action. This is a small matter. I just happen to want to walk around outside. Aesop did not mind and wrote down the information he had just foreseen. They were all the organization's symbols of the enemy after they changed their disguises. The fleet commander immediately gave the order to pass this information to every tracking team. The group returned to the fleet and was about to set off for the army base in this area. However, the fleet commander suddenly received a message. He looked down at the communicator, and his eyes sparkled. Your Excellency Aesop, you're really a lucky star. I just sent out the key information you provided, and a tracking team found the target. They happened to be resting on a city planet, and they found a suspicious transport ship in the spaceport that matches the camouflage in your prediction, and it's a lone one. That's fast. Aesop could not help but smile. Looks like our luck is still very good. This team that discovered the enemy's tracks has done a great job. Let me check. Yo, the one that discovered the enemy's tracks is the only surviving spaceship from the previous battle. I remember that they have been searching everywhere during this period of time. Now, they have finally taken their revenge. The fleet commander smiled. I told them to be on standby and monitor the enemy's spaceship. Wait for us to go over, and don't alarm the enemy easily. The fleet immediately set off. Because they were worried that they would miss the clues, they rushed all the way and arrived at their destination very quickly. Outside the porthole, a light purple and bright silver planet was floating in space. The surface of the planet was filled with bright interstellar cities, with tall buildings and crisscrossing bridges. This was a rather prosperous, advanced colonial planet that belonged to the ruler of the Thousand Light Star System, the Light Rune Civilization. It was an official planet with an owner. Coming to such a civilized city planet, the Black Star Corps would not act recklessly, mainly because there was no need. Most of the civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring had a good relationship with the Black Star Corps, and the army would not be too domineering and offend them. The tracking team is still watching the enemy's spaceship. The enemy has not moved. What do you think? The fleet commander said. Have you seen the enemy's crew? Aesop asked. The tracking team has secretly applied to the port officials to view the surveillance footage and shared it with us. According to the surveillance footage, the suspicious spaceship sent out a total of 43 crew members. They seem to be purchasing some daily supplies and have all returned to the spaceship not long ago. We came at the right time. If we came any later, they would have probably left. Good. We must seize this transport spaceship, Aesop said slowly. Inform the officials to cooperate with us. Evacuate unrelated personnel and seal the spaceship's flight path so that they can't take off. The members of the Black Star Corps enjoyed a lot of privileges in the Shattered Star Ring. Even if they were a middle to low-level army member, as long as their identity was confirmed, they could apply for official assistance from many civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring. This was the status and connections that Han Shao had accumulated over the years. The fleet quickly arrived at the port and formed an encirclement just in case. Some ground supers entered the port with the cooperation of the officials and surrounded the target's hangar. Aesop and the fleet commander stayed in the flagship outside the atmosphere and monitored the operation through remote images. On the screen, the supers rushed into the hangar, and very soon, intense gunfire erupted. The light of the energy cannons flickered in the hangar, leaving charred marks on the silver-white alloy walls. The sound of battle lasted for a few minutes, and the report of the operation personnel came back. Report: we only have 3 light injuries, no deaths. The enemy had a total of 271 crew members, and they hid in the battleship and resisted. We have killed 209 of them. The rest of the enemies saw that they had nowhere to run and committed suicide. None of them survived, and we were unable to capture them alive. What a pity. I wanted to capture them alive for interrogation. The fleet commander shook his head. Forget it. With such low-level crew members, even if we capture them, we probably won't be able to get anything out of them. Capturing their transport spaceship is enough. Your Excellency Aesop, sorry to trouble you. Aesop nodded. Only then did he land at the port with a group of guards and come to the hangar where the battle had just taken place. He looked up at the captured transport spaceship. The exterior was basically intact, and only the outer armor was slightly charred due to the impact of the battle. He took a few steps forward, pressed his palm on the bottom armor of the spaceship, closed his eyes, and activated his ability. At the same time, in a galactic city not far from this port, in a rented temporary stronghold, the Soul Swap twins were using the Soul Swapper floating in front of them. Beside them, dozens of Moto supers aimed their weapons at the two of them. There were also many portable cannons around. There was more than one Moto civilization spaceship that had arrived at this planet, but the tracking team had secretly become their men of sacrifice, so they naturally had a way to hide it. The commander paced around with a nervous expression. Have you locked onto the target? The elder brother of the Soul Swap twins had his palm swallowed by the mirror of the Soul Swapper, and he casually said, locked onto it. Can you transfer it out? Tis TSK. Us brothers are only grade C supers, and Aesop is a grade B. The success rate of transferring his soul out of his body is not 100%. To be safe, we'll use Plan B, the commander said with a deep voice. All right. The Soul Swap twins clicked their tongues and exerted force. The Soul Swapper shook, and black ripples appeared on the mirror surface. At the same time, Aesop, who was far away in the port, suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. It was as if countless voices suddenly flooded into his brain and merged into a deafening sound, echoing in his mind. He had a splitting headache. He wanted to raise his hand to cover his forehead, but his fingers would not listen to him. It was as if he was being pressed down by a ghost. He could not move his limbs at all, and his entire body froze on the spot. Seeing that his expression was not right, the adjutant beside him could not help but ask, "What's wrong?" Aesop's expression changed a few times. Suddenly, his expression froze for a moment before returning to normal. He coughed, lowered his voice, and said, "It's nothing. I've already completed the prophecy." "What clues did you get?" Aesop's eyes sparkled, and he said, "I discovered the real destination of this Supercluster Alliance fleet. It's located in a desolate universe belt, a secret resource stronghold. The coordinates are," he told the adjutant the coordinates, and the adjutant hurriedly recorded it. Hmm, this information is enough. Let's go back to the spaceship. Then, without waiting for the adjutant to answer, Aesop turned around and left. The bodyguard beside him immediately followed. On the other side, in the temporary stronghold where the Soul Swap twins were, the commander could not help but ask, "Did it work?" The younger brother of the Soul Swap twins smiled hoarsely and said, "We transferred the souls of the martyrs who were already prepared and successfully parasitized Aesop's soul." The main function of the Soul Swapper was to transfer souls, but there was no rule that one could only exchange one soul. It was possible to stuff a bunch of souls into the same body, or simply transfer the souls out of the body and turn the body into an empty shell. This time, it was not like Fu Ding and Chun Xing's possession, but a parasitic puppet manipulation. The souls of a bunch of Modo martyrs temporarily merged with Aesop's soul like strings, piercing into Aesop's soul and temporarily turning him into a puppet. Aesop's mind would also become chaotic temporarily, unable to maintain normal thinking. He would feel that all his actions came from his heart, and he would not be able to discover the strangeness of his own body. To put it simply, it was similar to the state of someone who had too much to drink. "Aesop's guards won't notice, right?" someone asked. The commander shook his head and said, "Don't worry. The ability of the Soul Swapper is extremely hidden. Other than those beyond grade, as who specialize in the mind and soul, no one else will be able to notice it, let alone calamity grades. Of course, there's a chance that a peak beyond grade A will notice something wrong, but Blackstar is not here with his main body. Plus, he won't use Lord's Descent to supervise such a small matter, so there's no need to be afraid." Then, the commander clearly relaxed a lot. He turned to look at the Soul Swap twins and said, "Your mission has been completed. Your mission has been completed. What happens next is none of your business. Put down the Soul Swapper." The Soul Swap twins looked at each other and laughed strangely at the same time. Okay. As soon as they said that, the situation changed. The black ripple spread, and all the soldiers in the field, except for the commander, suddenly rolled their eyes and fell to the ground in unison, no longer moving. Without a sound, their souls were all sucked out by the Soul Swapper. At the same time, the baby brother of the Soul Swap twins opened his mouth and sucked out souls from the Soul Swapper, swallowing them into his stomach. The sudden change made the commander realize what was going on. He was both shocked and angry. He did not expect the Soul Swap twins to still dare to cause trouble with so many weapons aimed at them. Did they not want to live anymore? However, right at this moment, a tyrannical energy fluctuation erupted from the Soul Swap twins. Sensing the energy wave, the commander's expression changed drastically. "Grade B? We even checked before we set off. Aren't you guys grade C? People will grow." The elder brother of the Soul Swap twins laughed loudly. The two of them had been pretending to be weak, making the Modo civilization think that they were grade C supers. The method they used was not simply to hide their strength, but a hidden ability that they had never revealed to outsiders. Their energy could be switched freely without any rejection. This was related to the mutation of the two brothers. Once most of the energy was concentrated on one person, it would allow one of them to temporarily reach grade B. When the energy was spread out, it would be able to fool the Modo civilization's super gray detection equipment. The two of them had been planning to escape for many years. They had deliberately controlled the speed of their training and maintained their current strength just for an opportunity like this. The Soul Swap twins said with a sinister smile, "You have to think carefully. We're grade B supers now. These cannons won't be able to kill us instantly. The Black Star Corps hasn't gone far yet. A battle here will definitely attract their attention. Think carefully about whether you want to continue attacking us. Your plan might be exposed then." The commander was shocked. He hurriedly said to his comrade who was controlling the cannons, "Wait, don't fire yet. That's more like it. Be good, and your plan can still continue." The Soul Swap twins sneered. They had chosen this time to make the other party hesitate. The commander suppressed his anger and yelled, "What do you want?" "Very simple. Modo has treated us as tools for many years, and we've done our best. Now it's time to take back our freedom. I understand what you're thinking. Don't worry, we just want to escape. We didn't cause any trouble for your plan against Aesop. Count this as our last mission for Moto. We don't owe you anything. As for this treasure that naturally belongs to us, we'll take it with us. After all, no one else can use it other than us. The Soul Swap twins sneered. With a shake of their wrists, the shadow on their body swallowed the Soul Swapper and absorbed it into their bodies. Then, the two of them backed up to the wall, activated their abilities, and turned into two clusters of ink-like darkness, disappearing into the shadows instantly. The commander was furious, but he did not dare make a move. Not only was he worried about alerting the Black Star Corps not far away, but he also did not have the confidence to kill the Grade B Soul Swap twins. He could only watch the two of them use their abilities and leave with the Soul Swapper. The room was dead silent. Only his heavy breathing could be heard. Hurry and report to the upper echelons. The Soul Swap twins have escaped. Chapter 1169. Flickering World, Free Exploration Zone, Moto Civilization Territory. The Soul Swap twins have escaped. Lagos received the remote notification from the military emissary. He was shocked and worried, not because he was concerned about this, but because he was worried that it would affect the plan against Black Star. Can you capture the Soul Swap twins? The military emissary shook his head. The Shattered Star Ring is not our territory. The Black Star Corps and the local civilization surveillance network are all over the place. We can't mobilize people to make a big move, and the target can use the Soul Swapper. His ability to hide is amazing, so we probably won't be able to capture him. Then the plan? Don't worry, the plan will continue. The military emissary smiled. Seeing this, Lagos's face was filled with doubt. Why did the upper echelons not seem to be nervous at all after losing a special universal treasure? You don't seem to be worried at all? The military emissary waved his hands. It's fine. There's no need to send people to capture them. They will return on their own. Could it be? Lagos's expression changed slightly. The military emissary straightened his face and said, "This is not a high-level secret. The upper echelons told me to tell you not to worry about the Soul Swap twins and to carry out the plan as usual." The person in charge of the Marwell project asked a beyond grade A mage to secretly plant a triggered psychic trap on the Soul Swap twins, creating a hidden secondary personality that is completely loyal to the Moto civilization. As long as it's activated, they will return on their own. I see. Lagos nodded subconsciously, but he frowned again. But if that's the case, why not take away the Soul Swap twins' consciousness and control them directly? Why do we have to take the risk? The military emissary was not bothered. It's very easy to control the Soul Swap twins. No matter how strange they are, they're just low-level supers. However, do you think that the Marwell project has been running for so many years without any experiments? As long as it's a method that you can think of, we've basically tried it. However, the results show that only when the Soul Swap twins have a completely independent consciousness can they use the ability of the Soul Swapper. Other than that, any attempt to control the Soul Swap twins' bodies to use the Soul Swapper will not work. Even if it's just simple brainwashing, the Soul Swapper will not recognize their qualifications to use it. Therefore, we can only half-force them like now. Why is that? Lagos was curious. How would I know? It looks like the Soul Swapper has recognized the Soul Swap twins. It probably has something to do with the mysteries of the soul and is very idealistic. It's precisely because it's unreasonable that we categorize the Soul Swapper as a space wonder. If we could figure out why, there wouldn't be any Soul Swap twins. The military emissary snorted. Although the two of them are strange, they're quite weak and aren't much of a threat. It's only because they can borrow the power of the Soul Swapper that they're so feared. They're like children with guns. Understood. Lagos nodded. Well, it's good that you understand the situation. Anyway, you don't have to worry about the Soul Swap twins. Just worry about Black Star. After that, the military emissary cut off the communication and the screen went black. Lagos turned off the virtual screen and exhaled. He was slightly relieved and a smile appeared on his face. although there was an accident. In his opinion, the most important thing was for the plan against Black Star to be carried out smoothly. In a certain desolate universe belt in the Shattered Star Ring, a secret resource base belonging to the Modo civilization was being attacked by the armed fleet of the Black Star Corps. The image of the battlefield was transmitted to the main control room of the base in the Thousand Light Star system through the quantum network channel. Aesop and a group of officers were monitoring the battle remotely. Not long after, the battle in the image ended. The Black Star Corps fleet had wiped out all the enemies, taken down the base, and collected the spoils of war. Very good. We've destroyed another secret base of the Modo civilization. Nero, who was watching the battle remotely, laughed. This is all thanks to His Excellency Aesop's accurate prediction that helped us find the enemy's base. With their superior taking the lead, the officers present all praised Aesop. It's just a small matter. Aesop was not very interested and waved his hands. Haha, credit is credit. You don't have to be humble. I'll get someone to bring you back immediately and reward you properly, Nero said with a smile. I plan to walk around outside for a while. I won't be returning to the headquarters for now. Aesop shook his head. Nero was stunned. How long are you planning to stay outside for? A month. So long. Nero hesitated for a moment and said, I still suggest you come back as soon as possible. There might be a new mission. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? I don't even have the right to walk around outside. Are you treating me as a tool? That's not what I meant. Aesop narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Also, remove these troops and bodyguards. I don't like others to disturb me when I'm walking around. Nero had a troubled expression. I can't just casually remove these people. What if an accident happens? Bang! Aesop slammed the table and yelled, Why? Do I need your protection? These people are following me so closely. I think they're spying on me. Let me tell you, remove these people or I'll return to Floating Dragon immediately. What kind of relationship do I have with Black Star? Who are you to tell me what to do? Nero's expression froze, and he was a little annoyed. This old man was quite easy to get along with in the past. What was going on today? It was as though he had eaten a bomb. Was it his period? However, while he was annoyed, Nero did not dare go against Aesop. After all, Aesop was here to help and represented Floating Dragon, not his subordinate. Furthermore, Aesop was an elder, the adoptive father of the Dragon Emperor, and a good friend of his godfather. It was not good for him to do anything. If the other party did not want to return to the headquarters, he would not be able to change the other party's mind. He could not just kidnap the other party and bring him back. Otherwise, even if his godfather did not blame him, he would not be able to answer to Aunt Ames. Nero suppressed his anger and forced a smile. Since you like peace and quiet, I'll get the guards to not follow you closely. That's more like it. Aesop glanced at the officers around him and casually said, Did you hear me? Did you hear that? While the two of them were arguing, the people in the room stopped what they were doing and kept quiet out of fear. Now that they heard Aesop's words, they could only nod in response. That's right, that's all. I'll return to my room first. Aesop faintly nodded, placed his hands behind his back, and walked away. Seeing Aesop's back disappear from their sight, the expressions of many people in the room turned ugly. Who does this old man think he is to be so arrogant? A calamity-grade bodyguard frowned. If not for the army's orders, do you think I would be willing to protect him? That's right. This fellow really doesn't know what's good for him. Another person was also dissatisfied. All right, stop talking. No matter what, he's still my elder. Maybe he's just in a bad mood today and is unwilling to do so. Then don't force him. Nero frowned, gave a few instructions, and hung up. To be honest, he had wanted to report this to Han Shao, but after thinking about it, Aesop had just made a contribution, and his attitude was just a little bad. If he were to complain about it, it would be too similar to complaining to his parents. His godfather hoped that he would be able to take charge, and if he were to do so, his godfather might be disappointed. I'm not angry. In the headquarters office, Nero softly muttered. Indeed, he felt his emotions gradually calm down, and he gradually felt as though he had comprehended some sort of special technique to remain calm. Godfather, something happened. Half a month later, Han Shao, who was in the Black Star Palace in the Flickering World, received a message from Nero. The moment he picked up, he was shocked by Nero's loud voice. "Calm down, what's going on?" Han Shao moved the communicator away from his ear and picked his ear. "Not good, Aesop is missing," Nero said anxiously. Han Shao paused, and his brows raised. "What do you mean by missing?" "He's missing. I don't know where he went, and I can't find him. Didn't you send someone to follow him? How did he get lost?" Han Shao was curious. Nero's tone was vexed, and he recounted what had happened. Because Aesop was repulsed by the bodyguards did not follow him closely and did not disturb him. However, when they were resting on a city planet, the bodyguards discovered that Aesop had gone missing. By the way, they also discovered that Aesop left a video message in the room. What did that old man say? He said that it was a message specially left for you to remember the agreement you made not long ago. Nero played the video, and it was exactly the same. After figuring out what had happened, Han Shao stroked his chin with a strange expression. About a month ago, when he was chatting with Aesop had mentioned that he was going to take the opportunity to leave the Shattered Star Ring and continue traveling, making a tacit agreement with him. Han Shao immediately thought that this was the reason for Aesop's disappearance. This old man was going to leave. However, after thinking about it, Han Shao felt that something was wrong. That's weird. The old man clearly said that he would help me and only leave after the Supercluster Alliance matter. Wouldn't it be breaking his promise if he left now? Could it be that he can't hold it in anymore? Han Shaoxin thought about it, but did not show it on his face. He only nodded to Nero and said, "Got it. I'll deal with this matter. Don't worry about it for now." I sighed. All right. Nero wanted to say something, but stopped. He originally wanted to defend himself, but after pausing for a while, he gave up, sighed, and hung up. Han Shao stood up from his chair. His eyes changed, and he tapped the table twice with his finger. Suddenly, he pulled Philip out of his quantum vision. "Master, what are you doing? Give me all the records of Aesop's movements in the past month." Although Han Shao felt that Aesop might have taken the initiative to run away, it was still better to be cautious at such a time. Very soon, Philip found the records. Han Shao closed his eyes and quickly browsed through them in his mind. There doesn't seem to be any problems. More than 10 days ago, he even destroyed a secret stronghold of the Modo civilization. It seems very normal. Han Shao mumbled to himself. These records did not seem to be abnormal, but he had a strange feeling in his heart that there was something fishy going on. The intuition of a beyond grade, it was usually quite accurate. Coupled with the danger premonition that Aesop had mentioned some time ago, he could not help but have a bad feeling. No, I still have to find him to verify it. Originally, his agreement with Aesop was only to capture him symbolically and secretly let him go. If he really captured Aesop, Ames would definitely be on guard and guard him strictly. Aesop would probably not be able to escape. However, for the sake of caution, Han Shao still decided to capture Aesop and ask him. Anyway, the old man did not keep his promise first. Even if he made a mistake, he would not be at a disadvantage. After making up his mind, Han Shao gave Nero an order and told him to command the troops of the Shattered Star Ring to search for Aesop's traces. Then, Han Shao stood up, walked out of the room, and came to a private laboratory. There was a translucent hibernation chamber in the laboratory, and the sleeping Rhodey was locked inside. There were information form restraints scattered around, which were the sub-bodies of Destiny's Child that had yet to be completely transformed. Old man Aesop's prophecy is amazing. If he really wants to escape, unless Nero, Fu Ding, and the others come personally, it won't be easy to catch him with just my subordinates. However, I now have a reliable prophecy talent in my hands. Han Shaoxin secretly laughed. In the past, he was just a fake prophet and could only rely on his metaphysics to try his luck and catch Aesop. This time it was different. He had a real master prophet in his hands. Prophets could see many possibilities in the future. When sparring, the situation could be roughly summed up as I predicted your prediction, and you predicted mine. Whoever was stronger would be able to suppress the other party. Although Rhodey had only transformed halfway and could not control his ability subjectively, the topic of his prophecies was basically random. With the uniqueness of Destiny's Child, he should be able to exchange a few blows with Aesop. Han Shao operated the hibernation chamber a few times, and not long after, Rhodey woke up. He opened his eyes in a daze and was stunned for a while before coming back to his senses. Seeing Han Shao outside the chamber, he could not help but shrink his head. "Your Excellency, Black Star? You're awake." Han Shao opened the door and smiled. "I have something that I need your help with. I need to borrow your prophecy ability." But I can't control this ability yet." Rhodey was a little flustered. "Just do your best. Do you still remember that old man who could see you? The tall and thin one, the one who spoke up for you." "I remember." Rhodey nodded. He had met Aesop before and had a deep impression of him. "That guy played hide-and-seek with me. I want to find him now. Keep saying his name in your mind, then touch my body and try to trigger the prophecy related to him." "Then, what if I don't get the prophecy?" Rhodey asked weakly. Han Shao smiled, but his tone was unquestionable. "Then keep trying until you succeed." Hearing that, Rhodey shuddered. He still could not control his prophecy ability. He needed to touch someone, and he would definitely faint. When he woke up, he would be very weak. That was not a good feeling. At that moment, Han Zhao's smile was like the devil's in his eyes. "Are you ready?" I'm ready." Rhodey knew that he had no room to refuse. He swallowed his saliva and madly chanted Aesop's name in his mind. He only hoped that he could exceed his standards and succeed on the first try. He reached out his trembling hand and touched Han Zhao's arm. At the moment of contact, Rhodey trembled as if he had been electrocuted. If someone did not know better, they would think that he was doing a shock dance. A few seconds later, he suddenly let out a short scream. His eyes rolled back as he fell to the ground and fainted. Han Shao was not surprised. He took out an emerald green injection from his pocket and injected Rhodey with it. Now that he could observe Rhodey, it meant that he could actually make contact with him. The reason Rhodey fainted was that he could not afford to lose his ability as a normal person. Taking the relevant injection could speed up his awakening. This was the result that Han Shao came to after more than 10 experiments. As expected, not long after, Rhodey's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. His blurry vision became clear again. He saw Han Zhao's burly body squatting in front of him, staring at him with a pair of burning eyes. "Tell me, what did you see?" Rhodey shrunk his neck in fear and recalled the scene in his dream. He looked at Han Zhao's expression and said carefully, "I saw you. You and a woman in a black dress were involved in a war. Countless battleships exploded under your hands, and there was a corpse lying at your feet." "A corpse?" Han Shao was stunned. The plot of his previous life surged into his mind. He subconsciously said, "Aesop's? Yes, it's his." Han Shao narrowed his eyes slightly. In his previous life, it was because of Aesop's death that the Dragon Emperor lost control and committed a massacre, violating the peace agreement between the advanced civilizations in the universe. She was surrounded and eventually disappeared, her fate unknown. Is this the closure of the world line? Or is it because of some other reason that I don't know? Interesting. I keep feeling like someone is plotting something behind my back. Han Shao stood with his arms crossed, scratching the stubble on his chin with his middle finger, deep in thought. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.